Welcome to our September council meeting. I'd like to call on Councillor Stallard to begin proceedings with the karakia.
Thank you, Nick, and kia ora. Welcome all guests. Karakia. Tia kina te rangi, tia kina te hou, tia kina te moanga, tia kina te awa, tia kina te moana, tia kina te whaia o te ao, tia kina papatuanuku homie huie tai kia.
I do want to acknowledge that the Chief Executive has met the grand respectable age of 60.
That's a lie.
And joined the respectable populations of our city, and not with ratepayer funds, but I thought very appropriately a little bottle of port that is labelled as sweet, exuberant and friendly in the name of Winston Churchill for a former naval man would be an appropriate little gift to mark his 60th birthday. So very best wishes to the Chief Executive.
Very good. I thought we'd removed alcohol advertising, but that in, but different story.
I may end up in a bit of a coughing fit. I've been trying to recover from a bit of the flu. I might need a bit of the port, but if worse comes to worse, I'll delegate the chair to think, and I have got a mask if it starts getting to me. I over-exercised a bit yesterday, I'd got a run and had a lot of coughing yesterday, but I hope it's going to give me a break. I just have one matter specifically for councillors on the order of business. In the confidential section, I have one item that requires somebody to be zooming in, and so I want to deal with the item 3.2 in the confidential agenda exactly at the time of 4 o'clock to be convenient for them zooming in from Europe. And I'll just juggle the timetable at that time around to pause whatever we're doing at that stage. Councillor Rainey?
My apologies. I'll have to step out at about 3:45 for about half an hour.
Good as gold. All right. That's the only thing I've got with respect to confirmation. Are there any matters of interest that any member needs to declare for the public agenda? I will separately deal with matters of interest when we come to the confidential agenda this afternoon. There are none. If that is the case, we come to item 4 in respect of public forum. I would just note two things in this respect. The first is that we did receive a further application from Mr. Gia Thompson to present. It was a little unfortunate that I had already allocated all of the 30 minutes. I have declined Gia Thompson's but invited him to present if he wishes at the October meeting, and I do note that he has circulated his thoughts on the issues that he wanted to communicate. The original application I received from former mayors Rees and Matheson was for 5 minutes, and I mean it quite genuinely. Out of respect for them, I thought that was too short, and so despite the standing orders, allocated 10 minutes for that purpose, making up the next 30 minutes of our agenda. Now, there is going to be lots of opportunity for elected members to be able to express views during the course of the debate when we deal with that item. And so during public forum, I just want to give elected members notice that I intend to take quite a strict interpretation of questions during public forum, for them to only be in that circumstance at the discretion of the chair, where it is to elucidate specific information and not to allow too many questions during that time, if any at all, to just allow members of the public to be able to present. Councillor Sansom.
Thanks, Minute. I just wanted to check if you'll also be kind of considering, I guess, natural justice, and if any public forum speakers seek to kind of undermine people who are not at the table.
Sure.
That you maybe...
There are quite strict rules around what can be said during public forum, and I intend to take quite a... I know there are lawyers in the room, which is very dangerous for an engineer, but I'm going to take quite a lawyerish view of and strict interpretation of the standing orders around protecting people in the way that you've suggested, Councillor Sansom. On that note, I invite John Fitch, who's our first presenter at Public Forum. Welcome to Council. You know the drill. John, you have been here often. A warm welcome, and we look forward to your public forum presentation.
Your Worship and Councillors, the first part of this presentation is a copy of the submission I filed with highlighting for today. I'll only read the yellow parts. So I start with that the form of the consultation papers does not comply with Council's obligations, and the absence of meaningful details made the whole consultation, in my opinion, a farce and a waste of money. There are obviously alternatives to the Richmond facility, and none are properly disclosed. The Trust says that there has been exhaustive review of alternative options, but does not give any information as to what those alternative options were. The building cost in West Richmond is exorbitant, in my opinion, for the type and size of the proposed facility. The whole project is far too rushed. Why the rush? What party is threatening to withdraw? Councillors met on 14th August in a workshop, and at that meeting decided that the Mayor and Deputy Mayor would have final input into the form of the consultation papers. Contrary to that arrangement, although a councillor officer received the written views of both the Mayor and Deputy Mayor, those views were disregarded in fixing the form of the consultation papers. I ask that Council seeks from the Trust details of what tilt slab buildings in the Nelson City or TDC have been investigated as possible alternative venues for the facility. I now jump to the next page, but before doing so, I take from para 4 and 5 of my submission, I challenge any councillor to ask the Trust CEO in public for details of the 7 options said to have been investigated exhaustively. And I also refer councillors to the top of the next page, which shows why citizens give up trying to get Loigum responses. And also I point out that even that heavily redacted response was provided to me by council after submissions closed last Friday. So here I start again. The report before the council today says there are only 2 options. That is completely wrong. And the third option is to look around Nelson to see if there's a suitable building for purchase or lease for the archive. That option should be clearly on the table, especially as a suitable building can be bought for much less than the $8 million planned for the West Richmond land and building costs. By last Wednesday week, that's 27th of August, I was disillusioned at the refusal and failure of council officers to respond to my inquiries. I was convinced that there had never been any real effort made to find alternative existing premises. I went and saw a land agent, and within 2 minutes had been referred to a building suitable for the archive. That's the Big Save property at 75 Haven Road. The agent was 2 steps ahead of me. More than 2 weeks ago, the agent had written to the Trust CEO thus, and I've quoted the letter, and I start again lower down that page. There was a pro forma response from the Trust CEO, but she took no further step. That absence of any constructive response satisfied me that the Trust was absolutely fixated on a $10 million project beyond Richmond, come hell or high water. I must say I smiled to myself to see that the floor area of Big Save was slightly larger than the Trust's proposed footprint. I resolved to try to put pressure on the Trust and the councils and to enter an agreement to buy that property at the sought $4.5 million. The vendor agreed. I am now the purchaser of that building at a price of $4.5 million. I wanted to show the vendor that I was serious. Therefore, I agreed to immediately pay the deposit of $100,000. I paid that on Monday. The agreement is conditional on me being satisfied as to due diligence. That condition has to be satisfied by 23rd September. I offered to appoint the Museum Trust as my nominee to progress the matter. Those with long memories will recollect that it was in precisely the same manner that the council acquired its current headquarters, i.e. the old post office, in 1990. I don't seek any recompense or payment. It's simply an attempt to assist my local council in saving some money, to meet the theory from 2018 of keeping the facility in the centre of Nelson, to preserve the museum's archive and ancillary objects at a reasonable cost, and ensuring that more projects do not relocate to Richmond. So I end this presentation by challenging the council and the museum trustees to look seriously at taking over the purchase of this big safe property at 75 Haven Road. You have nearly 3 weeks to do due diligence, etc., or to walk away. And the next few pages have documentary evidence to substantiate what I have said. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Mr. Fitch, for the presentation. Are the questions a matter of clarification, Councillor Skinner?
Yeah, well, in all respect, because you give some very good presentations over the terms I've been in council, but I do ask, and I need to ask this, were you asked or invited by someone to speak on this matter, or have you come front on your own concern?
I asked to speak, sorry, it appeared, the consultation appeared on Monday the 18th. I looked and I could find no details as to any alternative, other of course than ISIL. I jumped up and down, tried to get information from council. On the Wednesday, that's 2 days later, I decided that council just putting up a stone wall and wasn't going to respond, so I applied to speak at this forum. At that date, namely Wednesday a week ago, I did not know of this property. It didn't cross my mind that there might be a property. And you'll see later on, 3 pages further low in my spiel, you'll see that I've referred you to another property in the CBD, 3.5 million.
Thanks, John. I want to keep it tight. A quick question from Councillor Paki, again in that clarification category, please. I am going to...
Yeah, kia ora. This is just clarification of opinion, just qualifying opinion. Thank you for the presentation, John. So my question is, what's your experience in construction management and quantity surveying?
Nil.
Thank you.
I rely on experts.
Thank you. That ends that presentation. We now have a presentation from the Nelson Member of Parliament by Zoom. It's actually, I don't want to set a precedent in that this is the first time there has been public presentation of this form, but given the issue, decided to make sure that we accommodated it. And I understand, Rachel, that you've got commitments in Palmerston North that meant this was the only way you were able to present. Welcome, and we're all ears.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and kia ora koutou katoa. Nice to see councillors, and I hope you can hear me okay. And I do appreciate the flexibility. I am in Palmerston North doing portfolio visits, but also spending some time with young family members. So I really appreciate this opportunity. I fully support the proposal from the museum to build a new archives, research and collection facility in Richmond. And I'm just going to take a bit of time this morning to explain why I support that recommendation from the museum. This is an essential piece of infrastructure for our community. I think everyone understands the heritage value of the collection, which is valued at $20 million, but really is priceless. It contains precious taonga for our community and is also one of the oldest collections in the country. And that's something that all of us as members of our community have a responsibility to ensure is protected. Many of you will know I also hold the Portfolio for Labour for Arts, Culture and Heritage. And so I did want to talk a little bit about my observations for the museum sector across Aotearoa, because it's not just Nelson that is facing some of these challenges. We have a challenge in New Zealand to protect our historical items. Te Papa obviously is our main national museum, and currently has had a financial deficit in the last financial year, and plays an important role in ensuring New Zealand's heritage is protected, but does not have the capacity to provide financial support out into the regions. We have museums like Auckland, which also have national significance in terms of the items they store, where their building is facing issues around asbestos, and many other museums across the country where the actual museum itself is not fit for purpose, or the storage items are not in a safe place. Having said that, last year I visited a very small community of Ashburton and saw their storage facility. And I must admit, when I left, I felt quite frustrated at what a fantastic facility they had. No doubt it was very, very small. It would have cost a lot less, but it had the items stored to the protection levels that they need to be stored at. And I think that's a really important point that needs to be made in this debate. It's not about a warehouse. It's not about finding a building that is of the same size or in a good location. These items need to be kept at the right temperature. They need to be stored appropriately. They need to have space and access for people to be able to access them safely. So having things in a cramped environment in the wrong temperature, these issues really matter, and there's actual standards to meet to ensure that taonga is properly protected. And if we're going to build a new building, we actually should do it in a way that's going to be fit for purpose for many decades to come. I was very disappointed that we weren't able to proceed with the Church Street site. I thought the museum had an excellent proposal there, but unfortunately with the cutting of the fund that helps support regional communities to look after their taonga, that was unable to proceed. And I do want to commend the museum for looking at a number of options and for working really closely with people in this community, with iwi, with councils, and with the development sector to actually find a site and come up with an excellent alternative option. The last thing I would say is I really urge councillors to be careful about any conditions they may attach to a resolution today. What I understand is that it's very important that the museum has certainty of funding, that there are philanthropists and other organisations who will be willing to support, the community will be willing to add their own financial contributions. However, having that certainty of funding from our two councils, and we have that already from Tasman, ensures that this project is not going to go by the by. I do dispute that this is happening in a rushed fashion. The money that has been set aside by councils has been in the two long-term plans for a very long time. The issues have been known for a very long time. The August 22 floods really brought the issues to a head. And so, if anything, I urge the council to act swiftly and efficiently to support what is, I think, a very pragmatic plan B that the museum have done excellent due diligence on. And I hope they will be presenting today to answer some more of those detailed questions from you. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. The last thing I will just note is that the public have clearly supported this position. There have been a very large number of submissions over the last 2 weeks, with 86% of those who submitted supporting the move to Richmond. And I acknowledge that this is an important issue for the public, and I thank them for engaging in this issue. And I urge the council to really consider the views of the public and the excellent work that has been done by our wonderful museum. Thank you, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor Brand, and again, I'd like to keep the questions to a bare minimum if possible.
Yes, thank you. Through the hi, Rachel. As the MP that has the portfolio for this, in July 2025, the New Zealand government put forward a bill that refers to the core services for council under Section 11A. Does it still include libraries, museums, swimming pools and parks?
Yes, it does. And so this is core infrastructure. It is actually the responsibility of our council to protect our heritage because it helps us to tell our stories. And look, if I was someone living in Nelson with significant heritage items, I don't, but if I had a number of heritage items that perhaps I wanted to donate, I'd be really reluctant to do so given the inadequate storage facilities. But also a project like this creates jobs. And so, you know, the building of a new facility will help create jobs in our region, and that's something we should support too.
No, and just to tidy that up, I just want to, are you able to share when or if this new bill might pass?
Oh, look, I don't have that detail, sorry, but I can follow that.
No, that's all right. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move to, thank you again, Rachel. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Jeremy Glasgow, on behalf of the trustees for the Beck collection. Jeremy, we've set aside 10 minutes for you because the trust qualifies under the standing orders as an organisation, unlike the two previous presentations, to be a stickler for standing orders. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I may not take that long. Kia ora katoa, ko Jeremy Glasgow ho. Greetings to His Worship the Mayor and councillors. As Mayor Smith pointed out, I appear on behalf of myself and Steve Bagley. We are the trustees of the Beck Collection. The Beck Collection is a collection that has been in place for 70 years. It was collected by Dr. Beck during his practice in an unconventional way, shall we say. So the items in it are 100 years or more old, and as I understand it, is the best documentary collection that the museum holds. When the collection was, the trust was set up by Dr. Bett and my grandfather prior to Dr. Bett's death, in fact, he died in 1957. It was agreed that the collection would have to go to the Alexander Turnbull Library because there was nowhere safe in Nelson to keep it, and it was to be returned to Nelson, not necessarily to the museum, but when there was safe storage for it. It came back to ISIL, and curiously, I also have a private collection of my grandfather's documents, which I want to place in the Beck collection because there's a sort of a circular connection there. But I won't do that while the current archive facility is in existence because I don't consider it to be a safe place. I should say that I neglected to say that I'm also a trustee of the Civic Trust who have also filed a submission, and I hope that you carefully read both submissions. They are in agreement with each other and make slightly different points. My submission is that if you read the museum's papers carefully, it is obvious that there are numerous detrimental aspects of ISIL. I have noticed His Worship the Mayor suggests that the stream flowing through there has never seriously flooded, but point out that there have been events, both recently and historically, where the catchment of a small stream renders it completely out of context with the bed that it sits in. So there's no guarantee that Pullman Stream couldn't, if there was a thunderstorm up the valley, get out of its bed and cause havoc all over the place. Further, there are trees that could or might hit the building, and it would be deeply ironic to be cutting down trees to protect a building in the middle of the garden. At the moment, the collection has to be housed in two places because there isn't sufficient room in ISIL, and neither place meet satisfactory standards. The big collection has, as well as the nominal ownership of the collection, a fund of about $150,000, which Mr. Bagley and I propose to give to this project once it is consented and underway. That is our capital fund. So it is our view that the most important thing for the Beck collection is to secure the safety of that collection and also the accessibility. And again, it's my understanding that the new facility will allow better access for researchers and other people looking at the exhibition, such as school children's. It's my submission that ISIL, whatever you do to it, will never be anything other than the building that it is. And if you've walked through it, it's a rabbit warren. It's, while it probably can be adequately protected from fire by sprinklers and the like, it'll always be difficult to get the workers out. I'm puzzled as to why I'm here, to be honest, because as I understand it, the council has already committed $3 million to the archive facility, and it would seem that the address of that facility has changed the council's commitment. That I do not understand. The purpose of the council's commitment was to provide protection for the collection, not, I wouldn't have thought, had it thought about it at the time, to provide that protection in a very specific place. As it is, this is a change of address, arguably an improvement. And I note there's been debate about the cost of this project and its cost per square metre of floorage. And I find that also puzzling because, as I understand it, the building is of, or if not slightly larger than the Church Street facility, and it's cheaper. So quite how it gets to be more expensive. I do understand that had the Church Street facility been proceeding, the council's commitment wouldn't necessarily have been questioned. So it is, from my perspective, a pity. It has been asked, what's the rush? The rush is that this collection is at risk at the moment, and the sooner it is put into a safe facility, the better. If it were to be kept in ISIL, I submit that there is a risk involved in that, and the collection would have to be moved out and then moved back again. And every time you move something like this, you put it at risk. So that really is the guts of what I have to say, is that as an owner of that collection, I want it to be properly protected. I think the proposal made by the museum is well thought through, and I'm sure they can answer any technical questions, and I trust that you will consider the taonga of this area. I acknowledge that the building will no longer be in Nelson City, but the museum is an area-wide asset, and as are the taonga that are in the vet collection. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation, and can I acknowledge the generous commitment by the trust of 150k, which is essential regardless of how we meet our obligations of ensuring the collection.
I'm sorry, I should have said that I'm not sure what Mr. Bagley and I would be thinking if ISIL were the project. It would depend on exactly what was proposed.
Regardless of the where, I do want to acknowledge the generosity of the trust. Our next presentation is from former mayors, Rachel Reese, Paul Matheson, and former deputy mayors Gail Collingwood and Judine Edgar. Our standing orders say that we're only meant to have 3, but I can see no good reason, am I using my chair of my discretion, to both give you the 2 minutes and to allow all 4 of you to present, and very relaxed as to how you wish to best use that time between the 4 of you. Welcome.
Ina mana ina reo ina ro rangatira mā tina koutou katoa, ko Rachel Reese toku ingoa. I am pleased to be here today with the former Mayor of Nelson, Paul Matheson, former Deputy Mayors Gail Collingwood and Judine Edgar, and together we strongly support proceeding with the Nelson Provincial Museum's ARC project. Some introductory facts. The need for this project is well established. The ISIL Park facility and location is unfit for the purpose. The Trust has worked hard and acted responsibly, and I would say with absolute integrity, as the circumstances changed. Nelson City Council has allocated funds for this project through successive terms of council. Your long-term plan has set aside these funds. I'd like to hand to Mrs. Collingwood.
Thank you. I'm going to stand, then I'm about at your rate. I do have copies of what I'm going to say to hand around, roughly half and half. So good morning everybody. I was 18 years a councillor, 6 years deputy mayor, 61 years a ratepayer. I'm a single income superannuant and eligible for a rate and rebate. I've just found out I'm poor. So what I'd like you to do is to please look at your hands. You wouldn't mind doing that, because today it is in your hands to ensure the heritage of our special region is protected, safe and available for generations to come. And I wrote this based on what was consulted on, not the earlier presentation we had about another building, which I presume if you don't go ahead today and that other building succeeds, as this one did, you will be consulting again. So again, more time. So it's in your hands to make this historical decision. I ask you to vote to release the long budgeted funding and agree to proceed with the next steps, safeguarding the valuable collections. Today, it is your time to conclude this, avoiding any further unnecessary expenditure by a new council, the museum board, or the community that will come from further delays. Build the new long needed facility, please. Delay means additional costs, meetings and workshops, elected members' time, the time of staff and volunteers to agree on new decisions and plans. Now, you've heard a bit of the legal view about the consultation and things like that, but today the vote morally is in your hands. Please make a good decision.
Thank you.
Morena councillors and Mayor Smith, ko Judine Edgar tōku ingoa. I'm here as a former Deputy Mayor and Tasman District Councillor. I've been a professional fundraiser for 20 years, specialising in capital campaigns, and I'm currently a Rata trustee and a member of the Lottery Community Facilities Fund Committee. With me is former Mayor Paul Matheson, who also has a depth of knowledge in community funding and is a member of the New Zealand Community Trust. And former Councillor Gail Noonan has also provided her experience and insights into what I'm briefly going to present this morning. So we acknowledge the concerns raised in the staff report, but note the strong community support for this project, with 86% of the 1,305 submissions in favour. This backing not only supports your decision today, but has also been pivotal in galvanising community goodwill for the art facility. Starting construction now capitalises on this momentum. A confirmed decision today gives clarity for fundraising and keeps the community engaged. Delays risk cooling this enthusiasm, while visible progress reassures funders and the public the project is real and achievable. Tangible progress builds confidence. Donors, investors, in-kind contributors are often more likely to commit when they see the work underway. It also creates engagement opportunities through site visits and milestone events, generating media and public interest that can lead to further support. Early commencement allows for clearer budgeting, strengthens funding applications, and even opens access to additional grants in future years. Combined with safeguards such as shareholder representatives on the project group and monthly income and expenditure reporting, moving forward now maintains that confidence, sustains momentum, and builds on the strong public mandate you've already secured. Thank you for reconfirming the funding and the long-term plan, and I hope you'll approve the proposal to proceed today. Ko ngā tahu a o tapu wai, ina nahi he tau ira mō o pōpō. The footsteps laid down by our ancestors create the paving stones upon which we stand today. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Paul, did you wish to add any?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a point from this whole exercise. We had difficulty getting support for a storage facility from the TDC over many years. They were fine with the museum itself, but the storage, they believed, was out of their budget. So I actually applaud them for taking the step finally and saying, yes, we think we can accommodate a storage facility in Tasman. And this is the deal. I was delighted to see that. I was delighted to see them taking the first step towards making sure that this facility came to fruition. It's not the most, it doesn't happen very often with our neighbours, because we do discuss, argue and debate over what we're going to have a joint support for. But this is a big step. And this is to be applauded, especially from the TDC. So go for it.
Thank you.
Just some final closing comments, Minik. I won't be very long. Just in closing, I do want to emphasise, and I think we all have, this has not been a rushed process. It's taken many, many years. The advantage from your feedback process, and I want to thank you for doing that, is that you now have a very clear view of the community, what's important to the community. It is extraordinary, actually. You received just over 1,300 submissions in 2 weeks. You got just over 1,500 for your full long-term plan. I think that shows the depth of feeling on this issue. I want you just to consider the quantum of dollars that you're being asked to release, and also the quantum of dollars that may be withheld or lost if you don't proceed. There is a development opportunity here for Nelson as well with the Church Street site. So not all is lost for the centre of Nelson, and I think that's to be applauded in the way the Trust has brought this to you. But this is there is more than Nelson's contribution at stake here. You have all the information available to you, more than we do as members of the public. The Trust has provided you with fulsome documentation. You've had a closed-door workshop. You've received plans, options. We know you've got a QS analysis. We know that you know what the per square metre rate is for the facility. It is a specialised facility, and it's a regional facility. We do wish you well with your deliberations. I just want to say as a final comment that these are partnership projects, and they rely on the goodwill of business as well. And I particularly want to acknowledge Scott Construction and the way that they have approached this issue. They've contributed hundreds and hundreds of voluntary hours to make this work. They've brought in-kind contributions into this price. It is, as I think the Trust has said publicly, it is, significantly, the price is fixed, and it is a very, very good price for the build of the facility. So we wish you well with your deliberations, and we wish you well with the upcoming election.
Thank you. I'll take a quick question from myself and then one from Councillor Skinner. And I want to acknowledge the years of local government experience at your table. And my question is this: what lessons are there from the Trafalgar Street proposal that, as a consequence of big cost overruns and not meeting fundraising targets, required a $2.4 million council buyout, of which that debt is still currently being paid off by the Trust, and the fact that the Church Street proposal has resulted in at least $690,000 of ratepayers' funds having to be written off? What would be your view around having had those two big difficulties in making our decisions today about how we best manage the sort of risks that have previously come to bite the ratepayer pretty badly?
We have actually discussed this because we've gone back and reflected on how we got to here. I'm going to hand across to Judine, but I would say to you that I want to be really clear about where this Trust has got to with fundraising. They haven't been unable to reach the funds. They did the right thing as governors and stopped the fundraising because they needed to have certainty on their proposal. And I think you've heard today from Mr. Glasgow, you can see the energy is there and that funding is there, but it does rely on your commitment. The previous approach had some major flaws on it, and we have discussed them, so I'll hand across to Judine.
Kia ora. Look, one of the critical flaws from my assessment is that you, in that time, they relied too heavily on one person. One person was the lead fundraiser. The same one person was also the construction project manager, and the same one person was also the CEO at the time. That is too much for one person to do, and so it was inevitable that some things would not be achieved. Of course, the building was done. The museum was still managed, but the fundraising wasn't achieved. I think the key is to make sure that the expertise is in the room and you're not putting all the reliance on one critical person or one or two key people. I believe that is done, but I'll let you talk to the Trust to see what they've done. The other thing from Tasman District Council projects, things I suggested earlier, was things like there was always a staff member and elected member representatives that were at every single project meeting. There was very strict reporting that came through monthly on the construction, prepared by the project managers, not just from the community group themselves. There was also monthly fundraising updates. So there's a few different things that can be done to give you that assurance that things are progressing.
And that was the approach taken by Nelson City Council with the Suta redevelopment project. So we had the benefit of having Mr. Levertis and Ms. Harrison sitting in the project control group through that program, and it was a very successful project. Came under budget.
Councillor Skinner?
Two quick questions, and I was going to say there must be 150 years of experience amongst you if I include Paul. Sorry. Paul, you guys saw it prior, you was great. Hey, and I've been on council, I think 9 years with three of you guys.
You're a baby in comparison.
So I always like tapping into our elders' wisdom.
You just stop.
Hey, we've and Rachel and Paul and Judine, I know especially one of the council, we've had some challenging projects and challenging organisations, and I know, like myself, I have a lot of faith and support of the museum and what they do. And just to reassure, there seems to be a nervousness by a few about fundraising. You've already touched that a bit on that last bit of money. What's your confidence in this organisation? I know I'm talking to the converted, and then I'm...
Well, if you go back in history and have a look at some of the major projects that we've all been involved in, to get good fundraising, you need like two bookends, and you fill the middle with the books. The bookends usually consist of the TDC and NCC doing a joint project together, and the gap in the middle is then easier to accommodate rather than forget it. Yep. So here is an ideal opportunity. I mean, I'm not committing the company I do work for, but I know that if we did make an approach, they would be comfortable knowing that the bookends are there.
And last question, with your wealth of experience between the four of you, if we said, nah, we're going to delay on this, said to the public, nah, we're a bit nervous about this, even though 86% of you pushed on this, have pushed on this the last 6 years, 9 years, 12 years, said, hey, no, actually, we've got better things to do. It's not important. How would the public react under your watch?
You'd find out in October.
They all do. They all get to have a say. Thank you very much again for taking the time. I know that you are busy people and have given huge length of your time to this institution. We value your contribution this morning. We now, I want to, with the council's indulgence, is try and rattle through some of the relatively pro forma matters. The first of those is the minutes of the meeting of the 7th of August. I'd like to move from the chair, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour of the minutes of the meeting of the 7th of October, August being adopted, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
We come to the report of the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee on the 21st of August. That involves some capital transfers and some relatively standard items listed 1 to 8. Councillor Sanson, a member of Finance, Audit and Risk, is happy to move. Councillor Courtney, who's also a member of the committee, is happy to second. Is there any debate on that item from Finance, Audit and Risk? That being the case, I shall put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. We come to item 6.2, which is the business report from our Landfill business unit. And the recommendations is that we receive the annual report, that we approve the reduced fee structure out of East Valley on contaminated class 3 landfill, and that we also receive the report for review and feedback. Are members of the Landfill business unit prepared to move those 3 related resolutions? Councillor Courtney, Councillor Stallard. I do just want to put on record, and it's not the time to debate it today, I am quite concerned about the scale of the increases that is proposed in the landfill business plan. I note in the report that we're going to have a workshop to further discuss that, but that 26% increase in landfill costs is going to flow on, and all we are doing today is noting the report, and there will be the opportunity in future to debate those. I'm just wanting to flag as Mayor that I've got some concerns about the scale of those increases. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I also raised at that meeting just a couple of weeks ago, that concern about the 26% increase, particularly, and I drew the comparison, particularly when the Class 3 land was being dropped by 50%. The price for transacting and moving to East Valley, the Class 3 contaminated land, price was dropped from 190, somewhere in that vicinity, down to $90. And they hope to get more income and revenue as a response to that move. Well, I would suggest you could apply the same set of thinking to that 26% increase by saying, well, if you dropped your price, you might get more revenue coming in. So I'm not far away from your thoughts on that one.
So, Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Nick. My understanding is that the increase through to 26-27 financial year is 17%. So I'm not sure where the discrepancy, but we'll work through that in the workshop. And I'll just note at this stage, the bulk of that increase, about 2/3, is imposed on the landfill from the requests from this council, TDC, and the government for the levies that come out of disposal. So just information to bear in mind when we come to talk about that.
My understanding is the difference is there's the landfill charge that it charges, and then there's the flow-on effect of what the landfill, the increases for people taking the material to the landfill. The key words for me is that we're receiving the business plan for review and feedback. And so there's an appropriate occasion down the road for that review and feedback. And just making clear today, we're actually not approving the fees. We're simply providing a process to have a discussion on it. Those recommendations 1, 2, and 3, 1, and 1, but under the 3 different items of 6.2 have been moved and seconded. And I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, will say no. They are carried. We move to 7.1. Normally when I do the Mayor's report, I provide the opportunity for councillors to question me on any one of the items. It is my intention today, just because we've got a big agenda and I know people are keen to get onto the news item, just to take it as read and just to make some brief comments on each of the items. I do want to acknowledge the storm recovery work. One of the outstanding things I would note to the Chief Executive of the staff's work over the last 3 years has been that incredible storm recovery work. I would also note, and I'm busy at the moment with the Mayoral Relief Fund, that we've now topped over $500,000 in the Joint Mayoral Relief Fund. We have allocated over 66% of that in recent meetings and are continuing to meet. About 95% of the grants from the Mayoral Relief Fund are for Tasman, but there are some from Nelson. I've noted in my report the government's reforms around the building consent system, and you will note in that report that I have had discussions with Mayor King about the potential for us to discuss joint Nelson-Tasman building consenting. That will be something for the new council, and I know it's something the Chief Executive is giving consideration. The report notes the issues around the Eves Valley sawmill. On Monday, myself and Mayor King, and I tell you the numbers are extraordinary. The biggest impact of the storm events this year on our region is the massive level of 5,500 hectares of windfall timber. It is just madness that we're closing the largest sawmill in the South Island at the very time in which we've got over 3 million cubic metres of additional timber coming on stream. I know the decision is due from Carter Holt Harvey today. That's why Mayor King and myself wrote urgently to Carter Holt Harvey and tried to put to them a case and said that we would shift heaven and earth to be able to meet with them. Both myself and Mayor King are disappointed that we've had no word back from Carter Holt Harvey, but we have had discussions with ministers and will be continuing to pursue the view that the Eves Valley sawmill is absolutely critical to the forestry part of the recovery from the events that we occurred in June. I've noted in my Mayor's report that I've been invited to chair the Local Government Ratepayer Assistance Scheme exploratory work with Local Government New Zealand. The costs to reference to the chief executive of my flights will be zero for the Nelson City Council. They are going to cover those, but it's an important piece of work around how councils fund infrastructure for growth and whether we can do that in a more effective way than impacting on ratepayers. And then I just made some notes about the important process going forward with respect to the museum storage facility. I'm happy to take any questions on my Mayor's report. Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just on the ratepayer assistance scheme concept, you've outlined it, but there's no specifics on how Nelson City Council plans to engage with or implement the scheme if it proceeds. And I need clarification on Council's role or anticipated benefits for the Nelson ratepayer would be helpful.
Yeah. What is being thought through this local government ratepayer assistance scheme is where a council had a large bill of infrastructure to support a development, not indifferent to what we face right now, where we're having to spend over $20 million on council infrastructure to provide for the big development proposed in the Mahitahi area. Rather than the council raising that $20 million, the proposal under the ratepayer assistance scheme is that that new piece of infrastructure would be funded by a new legal entity or funded on a nationwide basis, and that there would be separate charges for that. Now, these are very complex infrastructure funding arrangements. The group that I'm intended to chair involves New Zealand investment banks and Cameron Partners in the report. There is no obligation on Nelson City Council to be involved. It is simply whether councils have an additional option on the table when it comes to fund these things. It's obviously very attractive for a number of councils that are at their debt ceiling because they're under pressure from the government to provide housing. They can't raise the finance to build the infrastructure, and so they're looking for an alternative vehicle. The key part, in response to your question, Councillor Brand, is there's absolutely no obligation on the Nelson City Council to be part. You may note, in respect of Local Government New Zealand wrote to all councils and said, would you be prepared to put some funding to help this piece of work be done? The Nelson City Council declined. I'm surprised I thought that having declined to be part of the funding for the investigation work, they wouldn't want me as a chair. They have taken a different view and have invited me to do the piece of work. Councillor Benj.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. The storm recovery, have all the slips been fixed?
As I noted in my report, of the 16, 10 have been completed, 2 are underway, and the remaining 4 are at the procurement stage. The reason I've recommended in my report that the Storm Recovery Task Force be wound up and then it move into business as usual is a view that I think is shared by the Infrastructure Chief Executive, is that all of the governance decisions have been made around that. So those numbers are in the report in paragraph 8, Councillor Minch.
So how does that affect, how does that money get accounted for, that if it's no longer in the storm recovery?
Yeah, so what the intention is, up till now, Alec and the Storm Recovery team have been reporting directly to the Storm Recovery Task Force that's involved Councillor Anderson, Councillor Brand and myself. And the intention is to run that up to the 31st of July when the bulk of the work has been done. In the next 2 years, i.e. 25-26 and 26-27, those reports would come up through the normal 6 monthly infrastructure reports. So they'd still be there, they'd be still clearly identified, but they just would be part of what would be business as usual. And that's part of my overall theme, and that is actually the biggest challenge for this council over the last 3 years has been the storm recovery work. The big focus for the next term, I think, will be city revitalisation, but that will ultimately depend on the outcome of the election in October.
Okay, so it can still be identified.
There still will be identified, and it still will be the opportunity for elected members to be able to raise questions and scrutinise it, although I don't know whether my view is shared by Councillor Anderson and Councillor Brand, but I have to say and I've noted in my report, the work that both the infrastructure manager and the team on the storm recovery has executed this work par excellence. I am continuously getting phone calls from mayors from the East Coast and Auckland who are literally saying to me, how did you get this stuff fixed so quickly?
Okay, and I just want to make one comment about the building sector's change to make the councils less liable. I'm not quite sure how that will help with cost. You're saying it will streamline it, but I want to comment on the fact that you've identified in 7.113 that the people building houses structure themselves in a way so they can never be sued.
Yeah.
Or they can, that's the wrong words, they can never be held accountable for what they do. I was in a new building this week where a dog knocked over his water bowl on a concrete pad and it slowly ran across the room to the far corner. The problem is the corporates. When it was a builder and his worker or his son that built your house, you could walk down the street and knock at his door and say, hey, I want this fixed. You've identified the issue, and this is not really helping the consumer. Might help the council with its costs, but it doesn't help the consumer. A house isn't built by a builder anymore. It's built by a plethora of tradies. The only tradies there used to be was a plumber and an electrician, and not even those sometimes. But now it is just impossible, and it does not help the person at the other end. Thank you.
The response to your question, Councillor Benjamin, you're absolutely right to highlight this council carries significant liability from the current liability regime, and that flows from the fact that we have an unhealthy culture in our building industry of companies having limited liability and turning over very quickly. The part that I'd reassure you is that the reform that's noted in my report is going to change that. And I tell you how. The moment you change to a joint and several liability regime that exists in most jurisdictions, banks, when you go to get a mortgage on a house construction project, are going to insist on a guarantee. And the reason that companies in Australia, US, and in Europe do not wind up regularly in short-term limited liability companies is because the guarantee companies insist they do not do it. And so while you're absolutely right on your point, it is my view that the reform that is proposed is going to radically change the culture in the building industry of regularly winding up, and it's not just the builders, it also affects the professional services in the building industry, regularly winding up to avoid liability, in my view, will change as a consequence of the limited liability and joint several liability reform that's in my report.
But it's quite possible, Mayor Nick, that will simply add to cost, which is one of the greatest problems with housing. So my point is, this is great for council. I don't believe it will help anybody at the bottom end of the chain.
There's important detail. I have noted in my report that the bill is likely to be introduced next year. It is a big deal for local government, and we will need to look at whether we make a submission, because if it is going to be successful, getting the detail right is crucial. Any other questions on the Mayor's report? That being the case, there's only the one resolution, and that is the dissolving of the Storm Recovery Task Force and changing the reporting lines with respect to the Regional Infrastructure Fund, which is the Maitai flood protection works. I'm going to move those from the chair. Is somebody happy to second? Thank you, Councillor Brand. All those in favour of those two resolutions, please say aye.
Aye.
That is carried. We now come to the item with respect to the research facility. We're right on 10 o'clock. We have a 1 hour, 5-minute break. Members in the gallery are most welcome to join a coffee as well. Council will resume at 10:05. I invite councillors to resume their seats. As I indicated to councillors and for the information of those in the gallery, we're going to have the officers present their report. We're then going to have the trust do an updated presentation. Then we're going to have any questions of the trust, then any questions of the officers. Then I'll move to then allowing the council to be able to debate and move its way through the resolutions. So welcome to Alec Levertis and Andrew White, and we look forward to you presenting the report on the museum's storage and archives facility.
Thank you through the chair. First of all, there are no changes to the substantive report in front of you or to the supplementary feedback report that is with the elected members. I can also say that elected members would have received a copy of the full submissions via email last night, and we have hard copies available which we will hand out now for you. They are quite substantial, but those were submitted last night and hard copies will be handed out today. So look, in the interest of time, the elected members are well aware of the background and issues relating to the issue in front of you. And we will take the report as read. But in essence, our report covers the option to, as indicated on item 65, we've presented two options for the council to consider. The first one is to continue to make its contributions to the art facility, now that the trust has decided that the Richmond proposal is its preferred option, or alternatively not to support the proposal. And the report has been structured accordingly in terms of the recommendations that align with the officer's report. So as I said, you are well aware of the issue. We won't labour the background, and we will take the report as read, and then we'll follow the process in terms of the trust presenting, and then we will resume our place and be ready to answer any questions through them.
Did you want to add anything, Andrew?
Thanks, Mayor Nick. No, I think Alex put it very eloquently.
You look very good in a tie. Must be important. Let's welcome our trustees and the Chief Executive of the Tasman Bays Heritage Trust to present their presentation.
Sorry, Mayor Nick, were we asking questions after the presentation?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. Yep. Just as per the memo I sent out last night. The trust initially, for your information, Councillor Sanson, asked to be present in public forum. All the time had been allocated at that time, and I did not wish to decline it, and so I wish to facilitate the opportunity for them to be able to present when the item came up.
I've got a couple of questions of staff. I thought I'd missed my
We're in your hands to present.
Kia ora. As chair of the TBHT, I'm proud to present a project that represents real value for money. Independent QS advice confirms the ARC project's 9.8 million budget is sound, covering not only 7.15 million fixed price build, but also land, pack and move and shelving. At 2,580 per square metre, the cost is only slightly above a simply cold store. Yet, this is a specialised importance level 3 facility designed to safeguard our heritage. With favourable comparisons to projects like the 7 million Southland Museum facility and concessionary pricing from local supplier, this is a prudent and timely investment for our region. Oh, it's not great. Sorry, Mayor Nick, the clicker's not working.
I'm sure our staff here can give it a
Perfect.
click.
Thank you.
Just bring us to the next slide.
Before I move on, I want to clarify a few points. The detailed design was completed to meet further expectations for shovel-ready projects. Council has also confirmed that the Trust will not be liable for the cost of demolishing ISIL at the end of its lease. And finally, while a fire engineer found the building largely compliant and it passed its building warranty of fitness, compliance is not the same as being fit for purpose. It is still not suitable for long-term storage of our taonga or for providing safe, modern working conditions for staff. Next slide, please. Thank you. We will need to raise 1.12 million, and we are already moving. With lotteries discussion underway and a 2-year community campaign, naming rights, a Name a Shelf initiative, and major fundraising events planned. The Richmond build is backed by the planned sale of 11 Church Street. A sale and purchase agreement is already on the table at market valuation, conditional on this project going ahead. And to manage any risk, we have a backstop. The trust can take on up to 600,000 in additional debt, fully serviced from council's grant funding. On top of that, an existing revolving credit facility approved by both councils is in place, but will only be used as a last resort. This is a robust, balanced plan with fundraising, asset sales, and prudent borrowing all working together to make the project deliverable. Independent experts are clear. ISIL is not viable. It's too small, forcing us to spend $120,000 a year. In other terms, 1.2 million over a decade on extra storage. Dehumidifiers run 24/7, and a new roof would only be a temporary band-aid. Refurbishment would also mean moving the collection twice, doubling costs, and the site itself faces inundation and tree fall risks. Councils recognised this back in 2011 when it ruled out extending ISIL for exactly these reasons. Refurbishing ISIL isn't just costly, it's unsafe, unsuitable, unsustainable, and fails to meet our original needs. Next slide, please. Thank you. For over a decade, the Trust has shown conservative and risk-averse financial stewardships, with this reflected consistently in our annual reporting. Right now, we are paying $200,000 annually to service our existing loan from the councils and still balancing the books. That loan will be fully repaid in 2026. This track record demonstrates not only prudence, but also capacity. If needed, we are in a strong position to service another loan as a backstop to cover any fundraising shortfalls. Next slide. This is a well-structured, fully costed $9.8 million project. It covers everything: the fixed price building contract, shelving, project management, decanting, moving, interest, and the land purchase. Crucially, 1.12 million of this total for shelving and moving is not needed until June 2027. This timing is a real advantage. While we have 18 months to fundraise with certainty, it also allows us to lock in construction now while inflation is under control, and at the same time, relaunch a strong community fundraising campaign. We are confident that we have a runway to succeed. Next slide. We're already seeing real momentum. In just 1 week, over $150,000 in new pledges have been made, all conditional on NCC's commitment to Richmond West. The reconfirmation of support from Rata Foundation and the BET Trust makes it clear. Both our funders and our community are firmly behind this project, but other funders are waiting. They need to see NCC step up first. Our community is ready and willing to back this project. They just need council to open the gate so we can all move forward together. Next slide. Elected members. The risks of delay are very real, as you have heard before. We have a fixed price build locked in now, independently confirmed as a good value. This is under a low risk contract, which means the risk sits with the developer, not the museum or councils. But if we delay, we risk losing that certainty along with the in-kind commitments already pledged by our local suppliers. And importantly, our MOU to purchase the Richmond site expires on 14th of September. Delaying now risks higher costs, lost goodwill, and lost opportunities. The window is open, but only for a short time. If we miss it, this deal is gone. And with it, the best chance to protect our collection at the best value. Delaying is not an option. And I must ask, If something happens to our valuable collection while decisions are stored, who will carry that responsibility? And the last slide. I want you elected members to remember the time is now, and a delay is simply not an option. Museums are recognised as a core council service. This is not discretionary, it is essential. If you do not agree to release the already allocated funding today, we stand to lose everything. The Richmond site, the fixed price construction contract, the confidence of our funders, and community support. And the grants and pledges already on the table. And with that, we also lose the opportunity to attract new funding. I stand here, I sit here today with the hope and confidence that you will make the courageous decision today to protect our taonga and secure this legacy for our future generations. It will never be cheaper than what it is right now. The public are behind us, as you have seen through the submissions. Our funders are ready to commit, but they are waiting for NCC to show leadership right now. Councillors and Mayor Nick, this is your moment. The community has entrusted you to safeguard our region's heritage. If you choose to act with courage today, our future generations will look back on you as the leaders who stepped up when it mattered the most, the guardians who protected our taonga for this region. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you. Question first from Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Thank you for that very quick presentation, which is why I want to go back to your slide near the start, just to clarify, because I missed what you said. Keep going. It goes back to point 49, the cost of, forward one, that one. You got there, point 49, cost of demolishing ISIL, and you've taken the bit that's in the report. Can you just explain what you said? Because I missed it because you were so fast.
Yes, of course I can. What I said before, that council has confirmed that trust will not be liable for the cost of demolishing ISIL at the end of its lease.
Okay, and because in the report, and my question was for staff on this particular point, so you've got the understanding that there is no seeking of reimbursement or cost to the trust from council if the ISIL facilities were to be demolished within the 6 months, if the ownership of that building transfers back to council, if I've got a lot of ifs, the goes out to a different location and the building after 3 months has not been addressed by the trust, reverts to council control. Is that correct?
Look, what I can say, what we have been assured about, that at the expiry of the land lease of the ISIL Park, we should not be expected NCC to meet the cost of demolition of the building if that is determined as the most likely future option. That's what we have been sent to us, and that's in written. So does it answer your question? Cool.
Thank you. I'll have a question myself and then I'll go to Councillor Sansom. Am I correct in reading the business case that the trust is going to buy the Richmond West land before Christmas and fully settle it?
That's our intention.
But no, then the question, but you're not going to sell the Church Street property until 2 years down the track, and as a consequence in the business case that you're going to have to spend about $45,000 on bridging finance. And my question is, why is the trust not settling the sale of Church Street until 2 years after, or 2027, as compared with when you're having to buy the Richmond West property?
The condition and the deals we have right now, we want to make both offers available as soon as possible. So what we have discussed in the business case and plenty of workshops and the council meetings so far is we want to buy a piece of land at Richmond, and that is only possible if we could sell the piece of land on Church Street.
I don't think I'm understanding my question. My simple question is, why are we not selling Bridge Street until mid-27? Because, why are we not selling Church Street until mid-20? Got bridge to bed right. Why are we not selling Church Street until mid-27? And the trust is having to incur $44,000 of bridging finance because it effectively is having to own two properties at the same time for a couple of years.
I think in answer to that, for a start, we have an offer for sale and purchase for Church Street.
And when's the settlement?
And that is not yet a signed agreement. We can't do that because we haven't yet got council approval for the project to proceed. The timing of the settlement of the Church Street sale with the purchaser was intended to help financially in terms of meeting the costs as we work through the project. We may need to negotiate if we need to do that as to whether that settlement date can be brought forward, because the sale and purchase agreement will take place obviously once we've got confirmation of our funding.
But I've got the business case in front of me, and the business case says that the settlement on Church Street occurs mid-27. I can only rely on the information you've provided, and it does seem odd that the ratepayer indirectly is having to meet the cost of hanging on to Church Street for 2 years.
I think one thing to say on this is, firstly, that the agreement hasn't been signed, so we can negotiate terms, but the intent is to try and get settlement within a time that makes the financing work. And I think the alternative for the trust is we then put the Church Street property on the open market with no certainty as when that settlement is actually going to occur. And that's the alternative we face. So if we sold Church Street on the open market, a sale might happen straight away, or it might be another 2 years. There's a lack of certainty about that. With the arrangements we've got at the moment, which is linking the construction contract with the sale of Church Street, there's substantial de-risking financially overall.
And the follow-up question on the same issue is this. In your presentation, you've said that you're selling Church Street for market value, which is good. We want to get on and sell it. The sooner we can get, from my perspective, one of the disappointments of the Church Street proposal not going ahead is the issue of city revitalisation, and we can discuss that, but that's not my question. It's this. The trust has spent $1.26 million on the feasibility, the detailed design, and all those things associated with the Church Street property. The trust has said it hopes to recover a good portion of that $1.26 million when it sells Church Street, so that you can recover some of that. Does the market sale of Church Street recover any of the $1.26 million spent on professional fees?
Not specifically professional fees, and the amount spent on professional fees is about $930,000 in total. That's investigation and site investigation, consultants' fees, and also consent fees. There was resource consent involved already in place for the site. The answer is a recovery of consultants' fees on the sale of Church Street. Of that component of fees, it includes site investigation, so the purchaser of that site gets some value from the subsoil investigation.
I understand that. I understand that. The key thing I'm trying to get is, under the proposed sale of Church Street, is it at market value, including some recovery? I realise there's about $1 million of consultant fees specifically. There's some of the user feasibilities. If we look at the total cost of the Church Street studies, it's 1.26.
Yeah, and the answer to that is that
do we get any money back is my question.
Yes, the answer is the valuer, when it was instructed to value the site of Church Street, took into account the availability of the resource consent and the work that had been done, particularly around the subsoil investigation, in terms of what that would impact on the value of the site, the market value.
And then the last question I've got on this issue before I go to Councillor Sanson, am I correct that the amount of write-off for the ratepayer on the Church Street is $690,000?
Answer that.
Do you want to say? Yep.
the reason I want to answer that question, because we have answered this question quite a few times, and I want to make sure that everyone hears the same answer. Yes, our write-off is around 690K. This amount will need to be written off when we pivot to the single-story arc alternative. This write-off is less than what would be the case if the Church Street project is abandoned and no alternative pursued. However, I think the key point which we have made before to remember is the site-specific investigations, geotechnical, archaeological, architecture, all that can be passed on to the purchaser of the Church Street.
Thank you. Councillor Sanson.
Oh, have you finished with your questions, Menik?
I've got some others on other
Well,
topics.
you go first and I'll wait.
I was wanting to allow the questions to flow around. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Firstly, Venus, how is the team holding up? It's been a rough month.
That's a really good question. Look, it has been very difficult. And it's not a month, and I'm talking about 9 months. And what I have been talking to the team after 9 months going through, that pregnancy stage, which can be challenging, you expect healthy outcome. So that's exactly what I'm expecting today. We have been through these challenges, tough situations for 9 months, and it's not easy.
Okay. So I've got some questions. Have you had any indication whether TDC would entertain or contribute money towards refurbishment of Isle?
Absolutely. So what TDC have made very clear, in fact, in the beginning of this year, March and April, they made it very clear they will not spend a single penny on the Isle facility if we're thinking about refurbishing, re-roofing or whatever. So they will be out. So, yeah.
I've got some couple from the staff report, but I think you might be able to answer better. Toxigenic mould, is that something that can be bad for the collection, or are we talking about damaging the building?
Kia ora, both essentially. So from the health perspective, we the kaupapa project, kaupapa projects did look at the mould, identified it, but said that it is contained in terms of staff safety. But certainly mould anywhere near collections is very dangerous, particularly for textiles, for raranga, for weaving, koewi. Anything in that regard. So yes, mould is a high risk, and because we can't control the humidity, particularly in the Isle Park building, that is a key risk for the collection and the taonga that we care for.
Okay, yeah, you've got a lot of tapa there. That worries me. I also mentioned around suitable climate control. So as far as that's concerned, is there what are your guidelines? Is it best practice, or are there museum police that tell you what you got to do?
No museum police, unfortunately, but we do have code of ethics and codes of professional practice. We cannot meet those codes currently in ISIL. We can't meet the requirements for temperature fluctuation or humidity fluctuation. So one of the internal spaces ranges in winter at 5 degrees. It can reach 30 degrees in summer. That's very dangerous for objects and really risks preservation and longevity.
Thank you. And final question. So you've been entrusted, acquired, gifted, or been loaned this collection. So other than reputational and your moral obligations, are there any legal risks around taonga being damaged that's related to poor storage, and wondering whether that has an issue around insurance as well?
Short answer is yes. We do care for many taonga on behalf of iwi and on behalf of whānau in terms of agreements with individuals, whānau and iwi. So yes, we do have both a moral, ethical and legal responsibility for those. I think that repatriation that will start over its within.
Sorry, I'll have Councillor Skinner, then Councillor Sanson.
Thank you. Just carry on from Councillor Anderson in regards to the importance of the collection, and sometimes half people appreciate what you've got in store there. In my previous life and current life as a photographer, I'm fascinated by your glass plate collection. In fact, it's the largest in the country and probably the most in the Southern Hemisphere, I'd even go to say, is what it covers for a history of the region. So I was disappointed by one comment. A gentleman mentioned that, how important is that stuff? Why spend so much money storing that collection? But I say to you, and we've sort of been focused on that collection being important to our heritage, and I think it's hugely, hugely important, hugely a priority, as the public said. But outside of Nelson, how important is it? You've got both biology collections, you've got paintings, etc. I'm fascinated in the books and photography, but how important do other areas of Nelson of the world come to our collection and say, have you got a picture of this, or have you got a specimen of this that's rare?
Kia ora. Yes, we do have a number of international researchers come to us every year. A couple of years ago, we actually had the Australian government come to us for a photograph of an old rugby team because they didn't have any records in Australia of that, and they wanted to use it on a stamp. We have got a UNESCO inscribed photographic collection that's inscribed on the UNESCO Memory of the World because it represents history from the 1860s right up to the 1940s. It's very rare in world terms that that kind of collection has survived, so that's why it's so important, and that's why it's on the UNESCO register. So yeah, we do have researchers coming from all over the world. We care for one of the only kakapo feather cloaks in existence. Actual DNA research is being done on that by national researchers from Te Papa next week, and people are coming from Scotland to view it, where one of the other specimens is kept. I'd also like to acknowledge Cindy Batt, who's representing our iwi here today. Many iwi representatives and chief executives and our chairs are at the coronation, of course, so appreciate Cindy from our guiding committee and representing Te Aotearoa to come along. So we work very closely on a national scale as well in terms of iwi repatriation. We are kaitiaki for a very significant collection of taonga Māori.
So if we put this decision at risk or delay or stuff got damaged, we'd have the international community going, what the hell are you doing?
Most definitely. It's absolutely in the same way that there was a fire in a museum in Brazil some years ago. That was international news. This would be similar.
Thank you.
Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Nick, through the chair. Kia ora, Andrew, Venus, Lucinda and Cindy. Thanks for your presentation and for coming today. Just got two quick questions. I'm curious when this alternative proposal was first discussed with anyone at council?
To be exact, mid-December last year, so 9 months ago. So we started discussions. We had a meeting in November, and we started discussions with council in December.
Okay, thanks. And then we have some amendments proposed that put development conditions onto the purchaser of the Church Street site around timing around development and activation. And I'm just wondering if, as a team, you've got any knowledge about whether this might impact the fair market value, or if there are kind of onerous conditions on the sale, whether it could impact the, the viability of that sale agreement.
I think, so when I came to this meeting today, I came with a clear mind, and there was, we need a decision today. So, and decision about the collection. So any discussions we have had in past and all the information that we have provided throughout these 9 months, I thought that is well read and everyone is on the same page in terms of the knowledge and the information. So to me, we need to stay focused on those decisions, and we need the kind of decision from you in terms of we can go ahead and sell, buy, and move on with the project. So any kind of amendments is a surprise to us. We didn't know anything about the amendments. So I'm actually thinking why there are amendments when we have a clear support from the public, 86%. And we actually have come up with a real good proposal, real good value, not only for us, but for the council as well. So I'm actually thinking and worrying here why those amendments even getting discussed, and we have no idea about those amendments.
Yeah, just want to
Councillor
add
Rollo.
that from the trust point of view, the major reason for having the Church Street offer in place is to de-risk this whole transaction and get the best possible value. And anything that complicates it could potentially have an impact on the, I mean, we don't know, but a purchaser will perceive value in what they purchase, and if there are conditions on that, that could affect that value. I just want to emphasise more than anything else that the whole intent of getting that Church Street sale and price is a fair price, and having the timing is such that it will assist the whole process in terms of taking out any risk around the financing of it.
Councillor Rollo, then I'm going to take the Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, and good morning, team. Thank you, Lucinda, for letting me have a tour of the facility the other day. It was certainly eye-opening. Councillor Sanson did ask one of my questions around when you first approach council. There's a narrative out there that this is quite rushed, but it's obviously clear that it's not. One question I do have on that matter is the site at Enrichment. There's been some time extended on that site for it being for the museum, is that correct? Have you had to extend the hold on that site for them purchasing it?
Yes, so so the date we have now is 14th of September. That's when that finishes, but we already have extended. So we were expecting to be getting a decision in July joint committee meeting, and that meeting was cancelled. So we had to then go to our commercial developer to extend that, and now that is sitting at 14th of September. Yeah.
Perfect. And the other question that I have had is the site in Church Street. When the sale of that goes through, that, am I correct in thinking that will come with a consent for the 3-storey building that can go into that site, or will a developer have to reapply for a consent?
I think it would be great to ask that question to our commercial partners, because we haven't sold a piece of land. I personally don't know. Perhaps council staff or, okay. Yeah, sorry.
I'm happy to take liberties just so that all the information is out, if Justin is happy to answer that question. Justin, it's entirely up to you. You're not required to answer the question. I'm assuming you heard it, but if you wish to, I'd be happy to accommodate it. It was just a question as to whether the purchaser of Church Street would likely proceed with the 3-storey building that was consented for that site.
There will be a totally different building. 3-storey building design was facility as an IL3 building, so it would be a new consent. There is a resource consent in place for the needs being applied, so there's an envelope there that can be utilised in terms of how it will go together. So yes, we have consent. Tension would be the most used by building that hopefully what it was.
Thanks for being so flexible in answering Councillor Rollo's question. Any further questions, Councillor Rollo? I'm going to go the Deputy Mayor back to myself and then to Councillor Stella.
Thanks. A couple of questions on a similar line to some of what Mayor Nick was asking earlier, particularly on page 15 of the business case. And I guess I just want to flag early on, if any of this is getting into a space of commercial sensitivity, noting that this property has not been sold, please feel free to flag that because I don't want to compromise the trust's financial position there. But starting just with the resolutions in front of us and the bridging finance and loans outlined in the business case, the resolution in front of us is approving use of up to $600,000 of the existing facility. In here, I'd see there's also a line around bridging finance with Coleman Drive. Has the financial position changed, or is that also requiring approval per the Constitution? I'd also invite officers, I'm assuming you've looked at what approvals are required today under the business case. So I can put it very simply. It looks like there is more than $600,000 proposed to be borrowed. The resolutions in front of us are approving up to $600,000.
Yeah, the first thing I'd say is yes, there was provision in that business case for bridging finance, and that was an estimate, and the figures are there in the business case at the moment. So the other thing to comment about the business case is that it is based on, because we've got an offer for the construction of the building, which is not specific as to how the progress claims would space out, and that's yet to be established. So the business case is based on our conservative assumptions around how those progress claim stages would look. And so at this stage, it's an estimate in terms of how the cash flow would go right through it, and it's done on a conservative lens. So what we've done is taken a conservative look at it, come to the conclusion, yes, there will be on a month-by-month basis a need to bridge some of those costs.
Can I just ask a quick sum? The trustee's very specific in saying the trustee shall obtain the written consent of the council prior to any exercise of any power to sell land, to borrow any money, to give any candidate guarantee or give any security. In the $44,000 of bridging finance, is it intended to provide security because it will require the separate approval from council?
It's already mortgage in place.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's currently security for borrowings, which in the form of a mortgage on the Trafalgar Street property,
right,
which covers certainly the 600,000.
But wouldn't you interpret if the trust deed that you operate under specifically requires our approval for any security over any trust asset, and if that 44 bridging finance is going to be secured against Trafalgar Street, I think the Deputy Mayor is correct, and that is that you do need to have specific authority to be able to secure that bridging finance.
Yeah, understood. Yeah.
Can I just? It's not a deal breaker. We just want to make sure we get the thing tidy, and we're soon going to have a break. I would just ask if our officials could have a look at that.
They're on it,
and they're on the case.
My second question was just around again the date of settlement for the potential sale of Church Street in terms of the date given in the business case. Is that drawn from the sale and purchase agreement that's been negotiated or discussed to date, or is that just sort of a placeholder of when this could fit? Noting that you say it may be earlier.
It's drawn off what we've got on the table at the moment, which is the appropriate way to do it.
Well, my understanding is that you've said that you have to enter into that agreement by the 19th of September. Is that correct? I thought earlier you said that the sale and purchase agreement on Church Street is open until the 19th of September. It must have in it terms of settlement. And I'm assuming the terms of settlement are consistent with the business case you've presented to council for settlement in mid-27. Am I getting anything wrong?
So what we have said before, the 14th of September, the date we mentioned, that is about the MOU that we have with the Richmond side.
Yeah.
So the 19th September deadline is respect to the purchase of the property in Richmond West.
Yeah.
Is there a draft sale and purchase agreement for the sale of Church Street?
Yes, there is.
And does it include a date of settlement in mid-27?
I have to double check the date.
It's tied.
That's what your business case says, and I'm just assuming that it's accurate.
Yeah.
I guess just to add that is a draft sale and purchase agreement which we have been presented with. So we have not signed that, and I would assume that there is room to negotiate on those dates as well. So obviously entering any agreement would be subject to NCC approval.
Deputy Mayor?
I'll wait for an answer from over here.
I'm going to go to Councillor Pakipaki.
Ahoi, working. I mean, yana, kia koutou. Te kāhui tei te aki taonga. Nau mai, hara mai. Kia koutou te kāhui tautoko. Nau mai, whakatau mai rā. Kia koe te whanaunga, nō runga te rangi, te Aotearoa. Well, here we are. This is an interesting sort of a thing that we've found ourselves again. The wheel has turned. My question is a pretty overall broad one that's not quite specific, but I wanted to know, just to reassure a lot of the community, because they're taking a lot of focus on this project, looking at how it will affect them. A lot of the details, of course, fly over many people's heads, but I wanted to know, in terms of outcomes, if you were to compare the first option of Church Street to Richmond West, are we achieving the same goal? Are we achieving the same outcome? If not, what is the difference?
That's a great question. We love this question, simply because we have been talking about this for a long time. Because this is something we did when we were actually looking at the potential opportunities. So the first thing is the safety of the collection. The vulnerability, I'm struggling with the word, the safety of your collection will be equally safeguarded as on the Richmond side, or even if we stay at Church Street. The well-being of our staff and the volunteers would be the same. Improvement to their safety and well-being will be same at either facilities. Collection, the consolidation of the collection would be the same if we move to Church or if we go to the Richmond side. However, the advantages with the cost, so Richmond side is significantly cheaper in terms of the whole project as compared to the Church Street. And not only that, we have lowered the fundraising level, so that has gone down from 7 million to 1.2, so that's the fundraising gap. Richmond is far safer location, and I have to quote it, I'm talking about lower tsunami risk. Church Street is in the orange evacuation zone and Richmond side is in the yellow zone, and that is according to tsunami evacuation zones. Not only that, the standards of building both sides, Richmond or Church Street, both provide building with an importance level 3 rating. The key benefit for the Richmond side, it offers us the growth opportunity because it's bigger, it's spacious. It offers us 30% growth opportunity for future. So, and it will be simpler to build because there's no staircases, no lifts needed. So it'll be quicker project.
It's an engineered site in Richmond, isn't it? Yeah, so the unknown, the variables that we might possibly encounter with the Church Street site, we're mitigating those?
Yes, that's correct. That's one of the appeals of that particular site.
Okay, couple. So if you indulge me, one more. On the top of the cons list, the disadvantages of this project, what would be are you able to pick a number one disadvantage of the Richmond West site and the project itself, not just the site, but going with this option?
I think the key so far has been convincing Nelson City Council. I'm sorry.
Touche. Hold on.
I think you mean the mayor.
Any?
Yeah, probably the only one which was established right at the start was when Church Street was proposed. One of the advantages seen was having staff in close proximity on the two facilities. And that has become of much less significance because of the remote working technologies now available and how they operate, and people used to be working in those environments. So
it's just on that point. Sorry, if we're moving out to Richmond, do you think that there's a possibility that we could attract a different group of talent that might say that they're living really close to the facility?
Yeah, I think it would work that way, and I think also the Richmond facility has counteracting advantages which overcome that slight drawback about the proximity of staff, and that includes, it's in the business plan, but that includes things like much easier access for the people likely to want to access that facility, and the ability to be able to grow the facility, which we didn't have at Church Street. All those sorts of advantages way outline that one disadvantage we did identify about not having the staff together in one proximity.
Sorry, I'm just going to add one more thing. So with the ISIL facility where we are right now, we struggle connecting with the secondary schools. So those are the students that really, especially those who are studying history, that really need the clear access to the resources that we have in our facility. So moving to Richmond will allow us to have them on site and help them in their further research and education.
My question, and I'll take some other colleagues as well, next, is around really important for governance of our council-controlled organisations that are in compliant with their legal documents. Now, the trust deed was specifically set up and was involved at the time after the difficulties previously of not meeting its obligations and bailouts, included these specific provisions that you required written consent if you were to purchase property or to get bank loans. In the written questions that you were provided with on Monday, we specifically asked for copies of the letters to ensure compliance with Section 8 of the trust deed. Our trustees absolutely, and you provided 2 letters. The 2 letters make no mention of the authority to secure loans or to borrow money. The 2 letters you provided were simply letters from council officials about your annual grant funding, titled that. Is the trustees confident that you are in compliance with your trust deed and that you got the written consent from both councils when you took out the Westpac loans that remain today?
Kia ora koutou, Darren Mark, trustee of the TBHT. Thank you, Mayor Nick. There's 2 things that have been received by the trust that I've seen in the last couple of weeks in relation to this matter. The 2 letters that you speak of, which were specifically requested by the trust in response to a request from Westpac in respect of the $600,000 revolving credit facility in question. So the context of the request was the bank specifically required councils to indicate support for funding in order to improve the facility, and that was known to the persons that provided the letters at the time. That's the first point. The second point is that subsequent to that, and I'm going back probably 5 years now, the council was keen for the documentation in relation to the historical loan that's been repaid at the rate of $100,000 per council.
No, that's not the question. The question is that
it's relevant. The councils required that loan to be documented, and a second mortgage was taken at the time, and the the council staff were aware that the $600,000 facility was in place in relation to the documentation that existed around the documentation of the council loans, because the councils were granted a second mortgage over Trafalgar Street, and that second mortgage was a second mortgage because Westpac had the first mortgage. So we would have to look back for that specific approval, but my point is that there's been at least 2 occasions where the council has been fully aware that the facility is in place and has.
I don't question that the council was aware the loan had been taken out. My concern is that the trust deed specifically says prior to taking it out, you need written consent. Are you satisfied as a trustee? Because I've asked the council for the document, I've asked TDC for the document, I've asked yourselves for the document. Nobody can show it to me. And so I come back and say, are you satisfied as a trustee that the written consent was obtained by both councils as required under the trust deed when the Westpac loan was taken out?
Not at this point. However, what I would say is I believe that it would be worth looking further within the trust records, because that request was recently made, and You can imagine the workload that's been going on with the chief executive and the trustees on this matter across a range of questions over the last few weeks since the submission process has been alive, and that probably warrants further investigation, but I can't give you that assurance at this point.
I'm surprised it wasn't picked up in audit. Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Thanks. Oh, you want to?
Sorry, I think it's probably worth noting that the revolving credit facility was kept in place with council permission after it was the loan to Westpac was paid off from 21 years ago. So that's my understanding. So it wasn't taken out for a particular purpose. It was just kept open when that debt had been retired.
But the trust deed still requires, if there's a security, our written consent.
Correct.
Councillor Stella.
Thanks. So when we're considering these different sites and options and so on, there are a lot of factors to consider. And one that is important to me, partly because I spent some time working as a volunteer in the ISIL facility, is the overall efficiency of the day-to-day working of staff and volunteers and visiting researchers. So I wonder if you can just comment on the efficiency or inefficiency of the current facility in terms of, on a given day for anyone, how much work you get through compared with what's proposed in Richmond, and what are the factors that make it efficient or inefficient?
Kia ora. I guess one of the really one of the big questions in terms of efficiency is very constrained spaces. So those councillors who have come and had a look over the last couple of years to just come and have see the facility with their own eyes will be aware that we have very careful of some very large objects and very large taonga. We can't really access those. They're stored in the roof. It's very hard to get them down. That has some health and safety risks for people to be able to manipulate and get those objects down with what we have in the moment and the room that we have available. We don't have any spaces to lay those objects out, to photograph them. It's very constrained in terms of tikanga. The staff room where we have kai is in the central part of the building, but there is taonga around that. There is no way that we can keep the proper tikanga. It is very, very difficult for the staff to work in, and they're just also spending a lot of their day emptying dehumidifiers and checking on leaks.
And I do ask this from a financial perspective because obviously if whoever is investing in salaries and so on, if we're getting more work in a better space, then financially that's a good investment.
Also to add, we do have a building maintenance person who spends who spends most of her time looking at ISIL and trying to fix up what's gone wrong this week.
And can I just bring to everyone's attention, those of you who haven't been to the facility recently, or actually in the last 10 years or 20 years, if you walk in, every staff member who works there has a blanket on their chair because it is cold.
I just want to check the number of questions because we do break on the hour. Are there any other colleagues that have questions for the Trust? Because my ideal would be to rack up with questions of the Trust, then have a break and then have the questions for our officers. Any other questions? I've just got my last ones on fundraising. I'll wrap those up and then we'll have a break. The big concern I've got is about the ongoing liability to the ratepayer and the further funding beyond the $3 million commitment. When we did the Trafalgar Street project, and I'm sorry I have a long memory, I remember the Trust giving absolute assurances that it was going to raise $1.5 million with very similar language today, and they were able to achieve 0.6 of a million, about 40% of the target. And we all know that that project ended in the $2.4 million bailout further down the track. I also note that with the Church Street proposal, the original budget that was presented to Council in May 2019 had $6 million from councils, $6 million from fundraising, and the $6 million from fundraising was $2.5 million from culture and heritage, $2.5 million from philanthropic trusts, and $1 million from community fundraising. Now, if I add up in your report to March, out of that $6 million, over those 5 years, the total that was raised was just under 900, 865, including pledges. My question is, having had our fingers burnt twice, around the levels of fundraising for you to achieve, what confidence can you give the council and the community that you can raise that 1.12 million, that the business case is essential to being able to complete this project successfully?
I think the first thing I would like to say, and I know there are quite a few points that I would cover, but the first thing I would like to say, these councillors and Mayor Nick and TDC, you are the ones who appointed us trustees to do the job. So please trust us. We will do the job. I want to bring the COVID scenario here. So do not please forget the COVID years. When COVID hit, we could not do anything. And we were not the only ones. No one could do anything. Comparison with any other projects, we kind of have said, please don't, because we are unique. If you really want to compare us with, Southland, Richmond, Southland facility, or Napier Hastings. They have built the similar facilities. So I am not going to talk about the other projects, their directors, what they have done, the responsibility. I have full confidence in my trustees, my management team, my CEO, and I will deliver that. I also want to mention, when you mentioned, Mayor Nick, the trust, I also thank ratepayers trust us too now. It has been very clear from their submissions. They know what we're doing. They know what we have been putting through, on our social media. So I think we just need you to trust us. In the 1 week since we have been talking to people, they have given us plenty of money and pledges. So we have raised $150,000 in just 1 week, and those are pledges. So if that is without a solid fundraising plan being out in the media, I have full confidence if we do go out, which we do have plans, if we get your yes today, tomorrow we'll be starting a fundraising plan and we will raise that money.
In the Give a Little campaign, people contributed to the archives project. I think there's a few $1,000s in there. Do you have to go back to each of those contributors, given the way in which that project was presented as the archive facility? It had a flavour of city revitalisation, for you to be able to transfer that fund, those commitments and the Give a Little contributions over to the facility in Richmond? Or have you received any advice on that? Give a Little has quite strict rules that if you raise funds for a particular purpose, you've got to spend them on that purpose.
Yeah.
And my question is, have you checked as to whether you're going to be allocate that funds, or does it breach their rules in that it's too different from what was marketed on your website for the Give a Little contributions?
Yeah. Look, as Darren said before, for the last few weeks, we have been busy doing other things, so we haven't checked that particular page on the conditions. However, we will follow the best practice. If those are the rules, we will definitely go back to those people and have a discussion.
Okay, I think that sums up all the questions, unless, I'm sorry, the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still just wanting to sort out this issue, and apologies I didn't pick it up earlier.
Is this the trustee bridging finance question?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible, because I think we just need a simple solution, to have a discussion over the wee break and do it first and when we come back after the break?
Sure.
I'm sure there's a simple solution, and it's a mechanical thing. And I'd just like to have a chat with the Deputy Mayor and with officers to see that we can make sure that the resolutions are tidy around that.
Well, it is a question for the trust before we have that discussion,
which
is just in terms of the business case and the work done to date. With that bridging finance, how is that expected to be funded? I note in the business case it hopes that it can be managed through. And so kind of, one, how is that expected to be financed? And two, can we just sort it out by actually working with the phasing of release of council funding? I mean, I look at it and it seems like if we moved it by a month, the problem would disappear.
If I can answer that question. So I think Nick talked before about the offer on Bridge Street. The trustees merely received the offer, and the trustees did note that there would be an expectation of lining up the settlement of the two land transactions. So purchase of in Richmond, sale in Nelson, there would be an expectation that they would be lined up. We haven't attempted to negotiate on the Church Street sale at this point because our priority has been this process and getting approval from the council to actually move forward with Richmond. Lining those two up would leave us with a shortfall of about 300,000. The trust has got some cash reserves. I'm picking probably 250,000, so we're close. We've got the Westpac facility, which is 600,000, so we could draw on that with permission from the council if we needed to. But without thinking about the Westpac facility, it might be possible just to ask the council for drawdown on the project funding for the purpose of completing the settlement of the property transactions, because it's part of the wider scheme. And the $3 million here and the $3 million there is not earmarked for anything in particular. It's for the project. And so if some of it had to be applied to the land, then we don't see any issue with that.
Sorry, just to clarify, is understand that portion of it in the $600,000 facility that's in the resolutions today. I'm looking again. I'm trying not to go too far into details, but page 15 of the business case, where we've got a table of financials, the line below that that is bridging finance, which appears to be at a much higher level than what's just been discussed here.
As Andrew said before, we have not negotiated the particular progress payment terms on the building contract, but we would be relying on council funding instalments to pay the progress payments on the building contract. We've just spoken about the land and how that would work. So if we can get contemporaneous settlement on the two land pieces, I think we're close enough there.
I would be really frank. My concern and where I'm coming at this from is, do you have today what you need to be able to do this project? And between what the resolutions say and the detail in the business case, it looks to me like there's a gap. It might be that there isn't one, and it looks to be one that even if we didn't approve it, we could manage through the phasing of council funding. But I don't know if you've got the business case in front of you, but we've just got a line there that talks about bridging finance at a value much higher than what has been discussed so far.
Can you mention the page number, please?
Page 15 of the business case.
Yep. So that bridging finance looks to me like it's on the basis that we haven't negotiated the contemporaneous settlement of the sale and purchase of the two titles in question. It would be our intention to negotiate for Church Street to be settled at the same time as Coman, which would alleviate that issue.
So I guess then into our decision making is for the health and success of this project, do you need approval for that separate to the loan facility being approved at resolution 4.4D?
Not at this stage.
Not at this stage.
We are intending to get the settlement dates lined up, in which case it wouldn't be needed. And we will also be looking for cooperation from the council in terms of the drawdown of the funding to facilitate the successful delivery of the project.
Thank you. That's what I was
The
asking.
Deputy Mayor's question, and I'm being quite open about the fact I don't support the project, but I'm equally of a view that if we're going to proceed with it, I want to minimise the cost to both the trust and the ratepayer. One of the reasons I asked the question about the interest rate that you're paying of 6.6 on the Westpac loan is that it is substantially higher than the $3 million the council at 4.09%. And so I do want to have a little bit of chat with officers, both with my amendment and the like, to ensure that if the project is going to go ahead, that we're absolutely minimising the exposure to interest rates. And it seems kind of strange to me that the council's going off and borrowing $3 million at 4.09 for the bulk of it, the three, as is Tasman, but we've got these other little bits of finance of which we're paying very high rates of interest. I've done a rough calculation. There's about 80 grand in it. I'm not interested in putting 80 grand of your money or ratepayers' money into the matter of banks. And so I would like officials just to make sure between the recommendations that if it is to proceed, that we have got it in a way that absolutely minimises the cost to all. We're going to have a break at this point. My intention when I return at 11:16 is to have officers. Councillor Junt. I'd like to invite Andrew White and Alec Lavertis to the table. The opportunity is now for elected members to ask any questions they have of the officer's report. First question is from Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Kia ora, Andrew. Thanks for your report. I think I was surprised to see an option 2 in there around, mentioning rebuild of ISIL. And I guess I just wondered if council has had any discussions with TDC around option 2 in the report. So investing further money into the ISIL Park site, and have they expressed a view? Will TDC sink further funds into this site?
Andrew.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Through you, Mayor Nick. And I'm not aware of any discussions with Tasman District Council about that option, but you did hear comments from the Tasman Bay's Heritage Trust in respect to that same question.
I can answer that. So they have.
By the mayor, not the council.
Yeah. So the mayor and chief executive have sorry.
Can't hear you.
My microphone, is it working? Hello, testing. The mayor and chief executive have written to me and made it clear that they do not wish to put money into that facility, but it's not a decision of their council.
No, that's fine. Thanks. That's helpful. And then I guess just also in reference to there being an option 2 in the report, I guess I'm wondering on what basis do officers believe this could be a cheaper option? Because I refer to page 8.6.22 of the 2018 Hay and Associates peer review that was circulated to elected members that looked at this option and concluded that the cost would be actually more than the current proposal for the Richmond West site.
I think through the chair, what officers in the report, we just provided 2 options. And the one option was to stay where you are and look at what the costs of that are, or the other alternative is as we've presented in the report. That's as simple as it is, I think.
Okay, I think I was just surprised to see an option of kind of the status quo in a way, because it didn't really seem that it was a viable option.
We sort of had to hang our hats on somewhere, and that's where we landed.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Councillor Brand is next.
Thank you. Through the mayor. No surprise, page 26.49. I sent the email through my questions, but you weren't able to answer them. But the trust just briefly covered off the mention about 49, about there wouldn't be a cost because of correspondence in 30th of April 2025 from Nelson and from Tasman councils. So therefore, is it being overstated in that number 49 where it states the trust is required to cover all costs incurred by council for the removal or deconstruction of the building, should the building be removed or deconstructed within 6 months of the date of ownership passing to council. So I just want to nut that out, because my understanding from what I heard from the trust just prior was that 1, it was an if, not a will, and 2, that there wouldn't be any deconstruction cost, of where it talks about the 650 as a rough cost estimate in the report, because it wouldn't be demolished. So can I just get clarity on that?
Happy to talk to that. Look, there was a really good conversation between the 2 mayors, the 2 chief executives, and the trust around possible options, and a commitment post that discussion was made by the mayor that we wouldn't be seeking the funding from that. Now I've made it quite clear to the mayor that the mayor and the chief executive can't make commitments on behalf of this council. It was an indication, and of course, if we go down that route, the council will need to make that decision. But it was an indication. But it depends on what happens today and what's happening with that building. Whether we seek to reuse that building, that would be an annual plan discussion
post, and we'll work out what we do with the current building, whether it's demolished. Whether there are plenty of groups within the Stoke area that probably would like to use a building of that nature. But that's a discussion and a debate for elected members in the next triennium. As an indication of, we wouldn't be seeking that funding from the museum, but it's not a decision of council.
So based on that, I would like to indicate that I do have an amendment to put forward on its own, and I'd like to just indicate that as we proceed.
That's very helpful, Councillor Brand. Other questions for officers? Sorry, James.
Just to sup on that, because I'm a little bit worried, and it's not irresolvable. But I am a little bit worried that, particularly with potentially some of the discussions that have already taken place, we are told in the report that the trust needs to leave the property in a neat, tidy and safe condition before it goes back to council. And we've heard quite extensively of how unsafe and untidy the Isle Park facility is. And it just seems like there's potentially a cost that could fall on council, could fall on the trust, but it just doesn't seem to be accounted for anywhere at the moment. Now, I understand that's something we can't resolve right now completely, and I understand the kind of urgency of progressing the project as it is, but I'm wondering if we can have some commentary from our staff or potentially from the trust on how we intend to resolve some of those questions.
I just think it's important and it's a good question, but I'm going to be quite strict in saying we've had the questions of the trust. But if officers want to comment any further, I'm quite open about my position. Yes, the building does have difficulties. It's totally inadequate for the museum facility as it stands, but it is not earthquake prone. It is a perfectly good building. It's not like the refinery or the Stoke Hall that have massive earthquake strengthening costs. My judgment, for what it's worth, is that if the museum moves to Richmond West, we're highly likely to put a new roof onto it, and for a large number of the community groups in Stoke to utilise it. Sorry, James.
The officers concur with that assessment.
So through the chair, I think the issue of deconstruction demolition has been covered by our chief executive, and the trust has a view in terms of that. We've given an indication of the potential cost to deconstruct that building and to return that land into suitable place. But the option does exist potentially, which to look at reconfiguring that, whether we actually do deconstruct, whether we do reconfigure that. But the chief executive has given his indication, and the trust in terms of the discussions that have been handling through the two. That is what it is. That would have to be resolved, yes. But as said, that would need to be potentially a council decision. I don't know.
Andrew, you want to add further comment?
Thanks, Mayor. Just a really short, small comment here. It is a matter to be resolved. The current policy position, I would think, from council is that the lease terms would apply. But of course, there'll be some discussion about this. But it's important to be aware that this is not a new matter. This is not a new issue. This is the same situation as has been around since at least 2018. So it's not created by this current proposal from TBHT.
Councillor Sanson, then I've got a question myself.
Thanks. Just a supplementary on that. I think I just want to check that there isn't going to be some kind of contingent liability or risk on the museum where we would be requiring them to re-roof the building. Or, I mean, I'm assuming exiting it and leaving it in a tidy state would mean taking all their belongings out of it and giving it a mop and a dust and maybe,
Yeah, look, I want to be clear as chief executive that we are, as always, pragmatic. Look, the museum is an extremely important part of what we do. And wherever you as elected members decide to go today, yes, we have some lease conditions, but we are not going to stymie the museum with a ridiculous bill or a requirement to put a roof on or something like that. We will look as chief executive, I do not want to own buildings that we don't use and we leave empty. And that's what we're doing with all the other buildings we're looking at. We've got too many many, we're moving on. But if we find an opportunity, a group that wants to take it on, we could go out to RFP. There's all sorts of things that we can do. But I'm making a commitment as chief executive that I'm not going to say to the museum, we've got a lease with you, you're going to do this, and we're going to, we need to make them successful. They're part of what we do. So
we're half their money. Okay, any other, the question I had is, on the issue, has there ever been, and I've asked for both the council and the trust, has there ever been, in the 10 years that this has been debated, a building company asked as to what would be the cost of upgrading ISIL facility to an acceptable standard for the collection? That is in the recommendation number 2. Is anybody aware, any officer aware, that actually the cost and feasibility of that has been determined in all of the debate that's occurred over the last 10 years? I asked the trust, I've asked the council, I can't find any document when that's ever been done.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I've been here for 4.5 years and I'm not aware of anything in that time. Mr. Levertis may have some prior knowledge, but I just...
He's been here forever.
Through the chair, I have no knowledge, no.
Thank you. Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a supplementary to that. I mean, I'm sort of guessing that the reason we haven't had a detailed sort of business case for refurbishing that building is that from 2014 or even earlier, independent analysis said a new facility is critical. There are fatal flaws with the existing one around size and design and access and so on. So don't sink money into that. I mean, otherwise that's the reason why we haven't poured money into looking at refurbishing. I mean, that must be a factor. Is that the case?
Any comment either, Alec or Andrew?
Through you, Mayor Nick, I think my only comment would be that this is a contribution to the museum's proposal rather than a council project in itself.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I'm sorry, the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just on that, I'm aware of the decisions made in the last decade, confirming and reconfirming the business case and analysis for an alternative site instead of redevelopment of the ISIL site. What was new to me was that in the trust presentation, the reference to a decision in, I believe, 2011. And I just wondered if officers had any commentary on that decision. I can see the report in the corner.
So I'm the last man standing, so I was here, but I have no knowledge of that, no.
The question is with respect to 2011 was the date of the $2.4 million bailout by the two councils and the increase in the $100,000 a year operations grant.
Mayor Nick, Mr. Levertis is going to do a very fast speed read and give you an answer.
Right.
Through the chair, no, I'm not. Because, the first thing I looked at is who signed this report off, and I see my name's not at the bottom of it, so that gives me a sense of relief.
That you can report what you read. We are very disappointed. You're not meeting your normal high standards.
Well, we're going back 3 chief executives ago, and, both of those staff aren't here, and but in terms of answering your question, Deputy Mayor, no, I do not.
The piece of paper answers are welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any further questions? Here's how the process for the debate that I'd like to manage is I've had an indication from Councillor Pete Rainey that he would like to move the motion and to be second, if he could confirm that, and seconded by the Deputy Mayor, and that is for resolutions 1 to 4. Now, recommendation 1's a no-brainer. It's just a acknowledgement of the report. What my intention is to now do is to, having had that moved and seconded, is to allow each of the 4 amendments to then progressively move through with a mover and seconder, and that will then determine a substantive amendment motion, and we'll only get to the alternative recommendation 1 in the event that it is not carried by the majority. I'm only interested in points of order because I'm just trying to work an orderly way out to move through the resolutions we have. Councillor Brand.
So I just want to clarify what you mean by the 4 amendments, because I have sent through 1 and you had sent through 4.
Correct.
So I would like my amendment done on its own merits and
Absolutely.
separate from.
Absolutely. No, that is, I can assure the member of that. So what I'm going to do, just so the members are clear, is there's an amendment from Councillor Courtney. We will move, second, debate that amendment and decide whether it's successful. Then I'll separately move to your amendment, Councillor Brand. And then the Brand's amendment deals with, Councillor Brand's amendment deals with the ISIL existing facility. Then we'll deal with my amendment with respect to the issue of conditions on the sale of Church Street, and then separately deal with my amendment with respect to the financing. I think that's the fairest way of which I can deal with the different amendments, the 4 different amendments that have been proposed. Councillor Brand.
I have not received any amendment from Councillor Courtney. Could we take a moment for that to be circulated? So
they were all circulated last night by me by email.
So therefore, his amendment is based on your 4.
No, what I did last night was that after I received, and some of the amendments could not be finalised until the trust had answered their questions. When the trust answered their questions last night, I included your amendment and the others that had been indicated from other colleagues so that everybody would have some heads up as quickly as possible. I think I sent that out at about 8:30 last night. So the 4 amendments that we're considering are the 4 that were circulated last night. I did not identify who were the movers of those, but I did indicate the 4 amendments that had been provided to me, just to give people the politeness.
Okay, just out of clarity, I didn't read it that way, the email that came through. I read it that the 4 amendments came from yourself, as you indicated earlier in the afternoon that you were planning to send some through as you were waiting for final details. My amendment was sent through well before that for everyone to consider, and therefore
would it satisfy if you had your amendment first?
Yes, please.
I'm more than happy to do that.
Are we planning to do a division on the amendments? Or?
Yes.
Yep.
That would be I think would be the most simple way. I'm more than happy to do that in that order. It is true that Councillor Courtney raised with me the amendment first, so I have dealt with them in the order I received them. But if Councillor Courtney is quite relaxed.
I'm very relaxed.
Very relaxed.
Because in actual fact, me and Nick, I've actually changed the wording of my amendment. So
there's been some amendments since then. We're all happy. We're going to take Councillor Brand's amendment first. And can I just check that there is a seconder for Councillor Brand's amendment, please? Councillor Hodgson is going to second the amendment. The floor is now Councillor Brand's, and the issue is requesting the report. And I'd ask Councillor Brand to formally move her amendment.
I am formally moving my amendment, but I'd just like to introduce why I raised this amendment. But I'd also like to note that we received this morning some word tidying from our Deputy Mayor. While I appreciate it, I only would like to change the point 2 where it says 6 months to 7 months. For the simple fact that his pragmatic explanation of meetings in council and the election made perfect sense, and therefore that's the only change I'd like to make to my amendment at this time. Before I formally propose my amendment that I have now moved, I want to acknowledge the Trust's detailed financial planning and their commitment to the fundraising and financial prudence. It's clear that the Richmond West project is a complex and still carries uncertainties around timing and funding, but because of this, it is even more important for the council to responsibly plan for the future of the existing Isle Park facility. So I thank you through the Mayor that I'd like to propose this amendment to ensure that we responsibly plan for that facility, given that the lease has been extended to 2027 and the Trust still owns and uses this building, but there are currently no clear budget or plan for what would happen when this lease ends. So to avoid leaving the council and the ratepayer with unexpected costs or liabilities, I propose that we request the staff to prepare a formal report outlining options and costs for upgrading, deconstruction or alternative uses of Isle Park facility. And this report should also address the potential transfer of ownership to the council when the lease expires and recommends a clear plan for managing the building's future, unless of course the Trust already has a plan to address that within its lease terms, and then having this report back within a reasonable timeframe, as I've said, 7 months, will give the council the clarity needed to make informed decisions along the Richmond West project. And I believe that this amendment ensures fiscal responsibility, transparency, and safeguarding both our heritage and community financial interest. But I will save the rest for my debate, where I will clarify a couple other points. Thank you.
Did the seconder wish to speak?
Yes. Yeah, look, we don't have the best track record with rundown empty buildings over the last few years. We will, if the other resolutions go ahead, we will end up with this building. I'm slightly concerned about the unbudgeted costs for either remediating the building or deconstructing it. But I think that we can work our way through that. Regardless, we need a plan, we need to be on the ball. And so this report that staff will prepare will help us to keep on top of things.
So point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
What are we doing here?
We are debating the amendment that has been...
We are in debate.
Yes, we are.
So hold on.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. So
yes. So Councillor Brand has moved her resolution and she's had her 5-minute contribution towards the specific amendment. And the debate is limited to whether you support Councillor Brand's amendment about the OSORG facility or whether you don't support it. And I'm going to take those speakers in 5-minute slots and then put the resolution.
So there's no opportunity for questions?
No.
So what about a question of clarity?
Well, no.
I want to find out. Let me finish.
Can I just finish for a moment?
Question of clarity: is this an addition or is this a replacement of any?
No, it's not a replacement.
Okay.
It's an addition. And the second thing is you are welcome to, in your contribution, to raise questions.
That was the question I wanted to ask.
Yeah, sure. Because at the end, I'm going to give Councillor Brand the right of reply. And if anybody during their contribution says, well, I'm supportive of this, but I'd like to move it to tell, and there's an opportunity for the...
I get that. I've just, in the past, when the motion has been put forward, the seconder hasn't had an opportunity. I haven't had opportunity to speak to it prior to it actually going into...
the seconder has had their contribution. The floor is open for other 5-minute contributions. And
the question about, are we actually in debate?
Yes, we are. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. So in lieu of no questions, I'm going to pose a debate question. So I understand the intention of this amendment, but I don't support it because I feel like we're kind of instructing staff how to do their job. And I feel that, staff have a massive workload ahead of them. They will work through what to do with this building or various buildings as, in kind of order of importance. So when it looks, when we've got a set date for the museum to be out of it, I'm sure then the staff will be looking at it, and maybe even through the long-term plan process, they would be looking forwards at their asset planning and proposing or running a workshop with elected members of the next council around what might be needed and what that might look like. So I feel like this is kind of just onerous on staff when I feel like they would be doing this anyway. But this chief executive probably can't respond, but I would be interested in his response.
Could I respond to a question?
Okay. Bobby Cruzy.
Yeah, look, I think, thank you.
And I want to just check, I want to be fair to the mover. Are you happy for the chief executive to give a response, or would you prefer not? Because it is a little bit outside setting orders.
Well, I think my debate will clarify my position of why I want this amendment. I don't know if it would be necessary. If he feels it is important to express that view, then that's fine. But I feel I will cover off this point in my debate.
If the chief executive feels very strongly, I'm going to give the opportunity to comment. Only if he feels very strongly, because it is outside standing orders.
I do, so I will comment. So, look, I fully appreciate Councillor Brand why you're doing this, and I think it's responsible and appropriate. I would say that I'm going to respond to Councillor Hodgson saying for the last couple of years it's not the last couple of years, it's the last 10 years actually that we've owned buildings. The last couple of years we are actively moving to change that situation. So I want on the record that we are now disposing of all inappropriate buildings. Now, I'm going to the market right now for an asset manager to make sure that we as a council manage our assets much better than we have in the past. And this will be part of that. I don't think if I'm restrained to 7 months, it may not be empty in 7 months. I will absolutely, as soon as it's empty, if it's subject to a decision today, when it becomes available, I will go to the market with an RFP to either community groups, commercial groups, whatever it is, and say this is available in this condition. But to do work in advance of that feels a bit wasted, if I'm really honest. I accept entirely that we've got to take this into account in the annual plan and the long-term plan, and we've got to have funding for it. But I want to assure you, Councillor Brand, that we will actively make sure as soon as it becomes available, subject to decision today, that we will make sure we move on it.
Thank you. I'm going to take my own contribution. I'm very strongly supportive of Councillor Brand's resolution on the Isle Park facility. If I'm brutally honest about my view, the problem with the roof on Isle Park was identified 13 years ago. I believe we've let down our community in not fixing the roof 13 years ago, not because it would have resolved all the storage issues, but it has seen the actual building deteriorate because as a consequence of a leaky roof. Now, when I see it's going to cost $650,000 to deconstruct the facility, when we have a report that says that the building is generally structurally sound, there would not be a month that goes by that in the strongly growing community of Stoke, I don't have demands of a whole range of groups that want space, particularly with the Stoke Hall being closed. I don't want to wait, and I politely want to have a different view to the Chief Executive. I don't want to wait to the very last day that the museum move out. I would much rather we got that report up front and earlier, because in my view, what you want to do is to have a smooth transition. If I have a frustration as mayor, it's really easy with buildings like the Reliance building or the old refinery building that are dogs and should be demolished. But I don't think this community is so rich that it can have a building that is structurally perfectly good, that's not inside the 100-year flood zone, that for a fraction of the cost of deconstructing it can be replaced with a roof, and we have a quote of $350,000. So my view is I share, and it is true, the Chief Executive and the staff are doing a better job of managing our property. That is absolutely true. But on this one, I would rather we got the report and fast track some decisions about what the future of it is. I also have to say this to the Chief Executive. I think good decisions about what we do with the Stoke Memorial Hall actually need to be aligned about what you would do with this facility in the event that council decides today to proceed with the option of the storage facility moving to Richmond West. Councillor Benj, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. This building could be a wonderful asset to Stoke. You've got huge development going on up Marsden and up Ngawatu. And, you know, the success of the Thursday night market shows you the number of people who walk down those valleys, a lot of them walk and attend that market. You've got huge growth going into Stoke. It's been acknowledged. I don't know what's going to happen with Plan 29 because I'm not going to be here, but it's likely that most of the development will be in Stoke initially. Whatever goes ahead there. And here is a wonderful asset. The old hall we've lost, and it used to be well used, whether it be baby photo competitions, best cat. There was a guy that used to come every month and sell, did you win that go? Sell tools. I mean, it was a well-used hall and we've lost it. And there's no facility to replace it. And it's still on its own sitting there. This is in a wonderful setting and could be a wonderful asset to the community. And I think it'd be a shame for anyone to, deconstruction just tries to sanitize the fact that it's demolishing it and getting rid of it. And all it needs really is a new roof and maybe some asbestos got rid of. So I think we should keep it, and the assessment where it's done, I don't know, but it just seems that through this whole debate that we've had so far today and all the presenters, what happens to Isle seems to be an untidy little festering thing sitting on the side. And to me, this sort of covers it. So I will be supporting it.
Thanks, Councillor Benj. Councillor Rollo.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I will,
for people's information, I've got Councillor Rollo, then the Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Skinner.
Thanks, Nick. I'll keep it very brief. I'm fully supportive of this and thank Councillor Brand for bringing it to the table. It seems somewhat ironic that when we've got groups that are looking at a brand new building and we're here actively probably criticising their financial and fundraising plan, we need to be prepared for what goes in there afterwards, because there are groups that are actively looking at that site, and the idea that the local councillor doesn't know what will happen to after that site's poor. So this here gives great solution that we will be able to go back to the community and say, there will be an option for that building, and it also allows groups that are probably going to get criticised as well for their fundraising plan, a commitment that they can start looking at that too if that becomes available. Thank you.
The Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, look, I'm fine with this resolution or amendment. I mean, for me, I think this is going to be a recurring theme, which is where the strict rigidity of a council resolution meets the reality of what is required to actually progress things. I think it would be, maybe it's a sardonic view, but if you think that the issue in the last 10 to 20 years of underutilisation of council buildings is due to a lack of reports, you perhaps need to go spend some time in the archives. That being said, I think we do want to progress looking at what the future options for this are, but it's just getting that balance right of, realistically, until we have a conversation with the community about their aspirations for this, how well can we actually come back and produce associated costs for upgrades if we don't know what those upgrades are necessarily for the future use of the building? So I'm really in that kind of like hands up in the air of like, it's a good idea, we need to progress this. Is the detail of what's in this resolution the best way to do that? No. Am I happy to support it? Also kind of yes. But I make this point now because I think it will be critical for future amendments, is that we deal in black and white when it comes to what is written down. But the reality of finding success in projects and actually driving things forward requires the relational ability to work and say, what is the best thing here? Not coming in and really ascribing exactly how things can and should and must be done, especially when we're working with partners.
Councillor Skinner, then I'll take Councillor Stella.
Yes, no more reports. We can put that money to better use, and if we do need to do a report, I've got the confidence in our staff, officers and CEO to bring that to our attention when it's needed. Let's get this done.
Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Nick. Look, agree with the intent completely. I think it'll be on the minds of staff already. I'm a bit uncomfortable proposing something that's a wee bit prescriptive without having sort of staff officer input. And I just think a better process might be for the incoming council to have a workshop or some kind of discussion and then arrive at something like this, but with the input of staff, so they say this is the timeline and so on. So I appreciate the intent, but I'd rather we had a different path, so I won't support the amendment today.
Are there any other contributions before I give? Sorry, Councillor Paki, then Councillor Courtney, then Councillor Anderson.
No more reports. There you go.
Councillor Courtney.
Well, I think it's all been said now by the time I get to my turn, but let's jump one hurdle at a time. Let's sort this out. This very important issue that we've got before us today. It's been before us for too long. So let's just work that one through and look at the building afterwards. The tensions from Councillor Brand are honourable, no question about that, her concerns and her degree of urgency, but we have to jump one hurdle at a time.
Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, I won't be supporting trustees, and I'm confident the CN staff direction they've been taking in the past term.
Thank you. I'm going to give Councillor Brand her right of reply.
Thank you. In response to the CE, I appreciate the Chief Executive move to employ an asset manager. I'm all for that, but a focused report on Isle Park remains essential. Without clear direction and deadlines, sites like Isle Park could end up at risk being overlooked. For example, like the Stoke Memorial Hall, which is still waiting for the consultation document to go out to the community to ask them what is the future they want to do with the Stoke Hall. I have been asking for that this whole term, and it hasn't happened. This is the likelihood could happen for the Isle Park facilities. Therefore, I believe it is not an onerous task and it is a necessary step to prioritise and protect these valuable community assets alongside ongoing projects like the Richmond West, assuming that we have, well, taken the flavour that that's the direction we're going. I would like to ensure this stays on the radar instead of waiting until 2027, and by thinking about it prior to the trust leaving, could actually ensure a smooth transition for the potential use in other organisations, as others have already commented on. I want to take a moment to expand on why this amendment is so necessary. We've heard a lot about the Richmond West project, the funding challenges, the loans, the timings, uncertainties, and the trust commitment to managing these complexities, responsibilities. But while all eyes are on Richmond West, there is a quieter issue that still needs our attention, and that is the future of the Isle Park facility. The trust has a current lease until 2027, yet there's no clear plan or budget in place for what happens after that lease ends. This is a real risk for the council and for the ratepayer, and without a solid plan, we could face unexpected costs or liabilities down the track, whether it's upgrading, deconstructing, or taking ownership of the building. This amendment simply asks for a formal report that lays out the options for future councils to consider where it comes to the cost and the legal responsibilities tied to Isle Park. It's about transparency and about making sure we leave no problems for the future councils or community to deal with at an exaggerated cost. Importantly, this doesn't interfere with the Richmond West decision. It doesn't delay it or question it. I am not putting this as a roadblock. Instead, it is a complementary step, a way to responsibly manage the legacy issues alongside moving forward with the new facility. Given the complexity and the current uncertainties surrounding Richmond West, it is only prudent that this council has full clarity on all fronts. And therefore, while I acknowledge my fellow councillors' position that they've stated, I am hoping, as you've heard my debate, that you would support this amendment so we can plan wisely and protect our community finances and ensure good stewardship of our heritage assets. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to put that to the vote. Would the mover like me to do a division? All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, say no.
No.
I'm going to declare that lost. Nobody's calling for a formal division?
You can do a show of hands if you're unsure.
Sorry, Councillor Skinner. No, I'm quite clear that from the voices that it is lost, and we'll move on to the second amendment unless there's a call for a division, which is allowed under the standing orders. Nobody's making that call. The floor is now, if the officers could bring up the second amendment, and could I check that there's been some discussion about the wording of this resolution. Have we got that correct, Councillor Courtney?
Yes, that's right. Yes,
and could I check that there is a seconder for Councillor Courtney's amendment?
I haven't arranged one, so.
I'm just reading it.
Yep.
Yes.
So the motion is going to be moved by Councillor Courtney, seconded by Councillor Hodgson. The floor is Councillor Courtney for his 5 minutes. And again, if anybody has questions about the resolution, the mover can deal with those in their right of reply. The floor is Councillor.
Sorry, just clarity. Moving a second amendment, just for standing orders. Sonny, is that allowed, or is it if you're on this?
Yes, it is. I checked with the government advisors that the alternative was to mix the amendments up. I just want to quickly move our way through each of the amendments and then come to a substantive motion. The floor is Councillor Courtney's.
Mayor Nick, I move the amendment that's up there, and I'm grateful to Councillor Hodgson for seconding it. Mayor Nick, I hold the view, and have done for a long, long time, that prudent asset and financial management is a councillor's greatest responsibility. That prudent asset and financial management is a councillor's greatest responsibility. And my amendment comes out of that belief. Mayor Nick, the amendment agrees that the release of council funding is subject to the Chief Executive being satisfied that the Trust has secured sufficient donations and commitments to be able to deliver the project without calling on the Council for additional financial support. The amendment weaves together two important, in my judgment, requirements. The first is that our Chief Executive, who has a high degree of financial acumen, coming from a strong business background, will cast his eye over this project and determine whether they have the capability, the ARC and Tasman Bay Heritage Trust people have the ability to acquire the sufficient funds, donations, commitments to proceed, and then he will give it the tick off. Now, this approach is not new. It's not new at all. We did it most recently on the surf lifesaving facility that's going to be constructed down on Te Hunanui Beach. And I think, as prudent stewards of our ratepayers' finances, we should also apply it to this particular project as well. And it also signals to the Tasman Bay Heritage Trust, please do not call on Council for additional financial support. And that's the thrust of the two important requirements that I've woven into this amendment here today. I would value the support of all councillors on this particular amendment. Thank you, Minik.
I'm going to take my call on this amendment. The greatest duty around this council table is around that entrustment that ratepayers have in us. No more so when we've got the level of economic pain in our community right now. Those figures at the end of the financial year showing that we have a 50% increase in the number of people that are behind on their rates is just such a reminder. Now, museums are about history, and we as a council need to learn from history. What occurred in 2011, in my long period as an elected representative of this community, was one of the worst cases of financial mismanagement, in that the two councils had to bail out the Trafalgar Street project by $2.4 million in interest-free loans, and then add to that operational funding of $100,000 a year. We must learn from that. Our ratepayers will be... Yes, Ken.
What happened in 2011 is irrelevant to the case, to the proposal that Councillor Courtney's putting forward. You've continued during the course of this morning to refer back to previous iterations of fundraising by arguably what was a completely separate set of trustees at that time. And I think this is irrelevant under the standing orders. I think that would be my point of order, that it's irrelevant to what Councillor Courtney is suggesting now.
When there's a point of order against the mayor, it's appropriately be ruled upon by the deputy mayor.
Yeah, give me a moment. I'm not going to uphold the. So I'm trying to avoid doing my usual rambling one. I'm not going to uphold the point of order. We're going to miss you. Look, I take Councillor Rainey's point. We have to give a relatively wide berth in debate. I would appreciate we've got 3 more amendments and then the substantive motion to do before this. If we use up all the goodwill now, it'll make for great live stream content.
Oh, very happy for the
not good vibe in this room. So I'm not going to uphold the point of order, given that it is connected to the resolution as it stands. But again, let's not use up all of our goodwill 10 minutes in.
My second point is that, of course, the reason that we have $690,000 being written off as a consequence as they pivot from the Church Street proposal to the proposal in Richmond West, the reason that ratepayer money on our watch has been lost and wasted is because of over-exuberance about the level of fundraising that could be achieved. And when the proposal was put to this council in 2019, $6 million of alternative funding was going to be raised in far better economic times than we are now, and on a far more attractive proposal, and it was not achieved. Now, I read the mood of council that your wish is to proceed with the Richmond West facility. I understand the difficulty that if you have the mayor who, for a long time, right from when this proposal to move to Richmond came to me, I have long expressed concerns as it is to the best option. But equally, I'm of a view that we do, as a council, and have this term, come together on resolutions. And I do give notice that in the event that Councillor Courtney's resolution is supported, then I will go with the majority view and support the overall resolution. But without it, I think we are seriously exposing the ratepayer for the expenditure. And I say that both because of the history, but also because the likelihood of the council being in an impossible position where the new Richmond West facility is half built, the fundraising targets are not met, it is inevitable that the two councils, as it did with the Trafalgar Street project and other projects, would have to come to the party with additional funding. Now, it rightly, under this resolution, provides it to the Chief Executive, and I remind this council, the wording of this resolution is nigh identical to what we have said to the Surf Lifing Club at our meeting in June, where they cannot enter into legally binding contracts until the Chief Executive and his staff are satisfied around the appropriate level of funding. So my plea to councillors is, yes, I understand the passion about heritage. Yes, I understand the importance of the museum project, but I plea that our ratepayers will not thank us if we repeat the errors of past. The floor is Councillor Sanson's.
Can I just very quickly jump in? I've just had some advice from the governors. We are operating under the old standing orders, and therefore actually we do need to change the seconder. It can't be Councillor Hodgson.
So we will need a second. I was correct.
You're always correct.
I'm just too polite in saying, am I correct? Or
so we just need to change the second.
I'll stop being polite and say technicality.
The part, Chief Executive, that does make this quite difficult is I shared with the governors and advisors about how I thought was the best way to do it. And I circulated that to councillors. But is there somebody else that is prepared? The difficulty I understand is that Councillor Hodgson is not able to second the resolution.
That's what I'm advised, yeah.
Exactly, and this is...
and so my question is, if Councillor Hodgson has been ruled not allowed to second the resolution, is there anybody else that would second the resolution? On that basis, I declare the resolution lost. We move to resolution.
Nick, what about you? You said, and I moved this motion to bring people together to get
point of order.
Unanimity.
Let's stick to process.
And you said that you would support it.
I'm sorry, Tim. I am going to be fair to Mel Courtney and just let him make a comment as we find our way through the process.
Yes, please. I'd be grateful. Nick, I heard in your utterances, I heard you say that if we passed this, you would come on the journey with us. And that's the sole purpose I put time in producing this amendment, was to bring us all together, all on the same course. I so wanted to achieve that. And now there's no one around this table will help me achieve what I hoped above hope, that we would come in unison together on this fabulous project. And I heard the mayor say, I heard his utterances.
Sorry, point of order. Point of order.
Can I just, look, we have come to an hour break. Can I just ask for people's tolerance? It's quite hard for me to chair the meeting when I've also got government advisors. We have clocked the hour. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, get some extra advice from the advisors and see if there's any other ways forward.
So just to clarify.
No, council's adjourned. I'm happy to have a chat with Councillor Sanson. Can I just advise councillors of why we have a difficulty and the potential ways forward? The standing orders do not allow Councillor Hodgson to second the resolution from Councillor Courtney because he seconded a resolution from Councillor Brand on the previous amendment. Now, the challenging part is that, and I did meet with governance advisors and was trying to think how I could have an orderly debate about this with each of the amendments. And I do as much as possible like to get in advance of the agenda and organise an orderly process. I had a bit of a chat with the Deputy Mayor. The way we could resolve it would be in the first instance, which is for the Deputy Mayor to, for the purposes of resolving these issues, suspend the standing order on that specific point, just to allow us to move through those amendments. So the Deputy Mayor is moving the suspension of standing orders with respect to the consideration of the circulated amendments.
We vote on that?
So I'll just make that really quick. Specifically, because this is how it has to be done under standing orders, and can I start by saying I'm thrilled that we're actually using them for once, is that under clause 22.2, option A prevents someone who has moved or seconded an amendment to move or second any subsequent amendments. Under 3.5 of standing orders, we have the ability to temporarily suspend those. Just to give council the option, I am happy to move that we suspend the requirement, or that movers and seconders of amendments suspend the standing order that prevents them from moving and seconding subsequent amendments, just out of a genuine desire to have a good faith discussion. What will now happen is this will be put without any debate, and it requires a 75% majority for that to pass.
So I'm going to put the resolution that's been moved. Does it require a seconder?
No.
I'm going to miss Rohan.
Oh, yes, it does. It does.
It does require a seconder. I'm happy to second it from the chair, although if I second it from the chair, does that mean I can't move my move?
Procedural motion.
Right, that's right. That's all right. So those in favour, please say aye. Those to the contrary say no.
No.
I'm going to require a show of hands. Those in favour, please say aye.
It's lost.
1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Resolution is lost. So we now come back to Councillor Mel. Your resolution is now lost because of the lack of the seconder. That is, I cannot accept Councillor Hodgson as a seconder. So we now come to the third amendment. I'm going to have my third amendment is the two that have been circulated as one. That is, for the purposes of both the issue of interest, but also the issue of the development. So if we could just bring that up so that everybody can see. They were circulated last evening to the governance team.
Which one are we doing?
These are 3 and 4 that I circulated last evening. They cover two issues. One is with respect to the finance and one is with respect to the conditions on the development. No, I'm going to take them as one because with the ruling from the standing orders. So all we need to do is if you could just add are not met and.
Can we take them as part, please? I think I can request that.
Yeah, but I need to move it as one resolution, which is there are two issues I'm dealing with.
Yep, but voting as a part.
I'm happy to do that as a part A and B. So that is, firstly, the issue is putting conditions on the sale of Church Street to ensure that it is developed within a reasonable timeframe. The second amendment is about maximising the opportunity to save ratepayer money by reconfiguring, getting our officers to work with the museum around trying to get the lowest cost loans. Is someone prepared to second that combined resolution?
Sorry, to that challenge, you got two amendments sent us, number 3, number 4. Now you're calling them one amendment.
I have the liberty.
Standing orders means we have to have them as one amendment. I don't agree with that. I don't.
Well, no, I'm advised there is no reason why an amendment cannot deal with more than one issue. And so to comply with the standing order, that is the way that I can deal with it. And I have been advised that there is no difficulty with that. I would have been easier for the debate, and that was the reason I structured it that way, we're going to have to debate those two issues together. So just put
I've just got a question of clarity.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Chair. Normally when we do Part A and Part B is contingent on Part A passing. Is this the case, or they?
No, that is not always the case. That Part A and Part B are contingent on each other.
No, that's a question about this. Is it contingent?
No, the two issues are simply being taken as one resolution. Can I have a seconder for resolutions 3 and 4? It's exactly the same way that the original resolution was moved by Councillor Rainey and the Deputy Mayor as one resolution, resolutions 1 to 4. I'm moving as one resolution these amendments 3 and 4. Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Mel. Councillor Mel, I'm sorry, you cannot second because you have already moved an amendment. So if there is no...
Do I have an early lunch?
I think we'd all like I think we'd all like an early lunch, especially the Chief Executive. So can I just check again? Is there anybody that is prepared to second resolutions 3 and 4? There is Councillor Anderson. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. So now...
I actually think Mel can. It's
oh, hello. I've got the Deputy Mayor to the rescue. He says that as a consequence of Councillor Courtney's amendment lapsing, then he is quite entitled to second. No? Can't? Okay. Councillor Anderson solved the problem so that we can have the debate. So we are debating resolutions 3 and 4, moved by myself as Mayor, seconded by Councillor Anderson. The highest priority, we're now in the debate on resolutions 3 and 4. Councillor Brown.
I just want to put my name on the list to debate.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, okay. As the mover, the first thing is the most important challenge for our city right now is city revitalisation. And my fear is that the Church Street property has sat empty for 5 years and that under this proposal, the settlement is not going to occur until 2027. And the sooner we can get building and activity in the city, the better. Now, at the preliminary discussions, there was clear intent from the Trust. They even said in their presentation and in their business case, they actually presented as an opportunity to sell Church Street to enable that development. Well, this is a bit like me on fundraising. I want to do what we say and say what we mean, and specifically put a condition that a resource consent be lodged by the end of 2026 and that construction and development begin by the end of 27. Now, in the timetable that's been given to us by the Trust, that does not in any way compromise settlement of the property in mid-27, which is in the business case. Why? Because you can apply for resource consent for any property that you don't own. You're perfectly at liberty to do that. Now, the second issue for me with respect to the Westpac loan is the deal has been structured in a very unusual way, in that the councils are going to go out and borrow $3 million from the Local Government Funding Authority at about 4.1%, and the further contributions that are required under the business case is for the Trust to go take out a loan for $600,000, and it's going to pay, it's indicated in its answers to questions, 6.6%. Now, I really don't care whether it's the Trust that's paying the interest or whether it's the council that is paying the interest. It's all ratepayers' money. And surely we have a collective interest in trying to minimise that cost. And so what my resolution number 4, what it would do is have our council officers go work with the Trust and to say, hey, let's come up with a package that gets the best deal for the ratepayer. And I think all of us, regardless of you, would share that objective. The floor is now open to speak to this amendment, and the floor is Councillor Brands.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Regarding point 3, I support the principle that the Church Street site should positively contribute to the city centre revitalisation with timely development. However, I do not support the detailed prescriptive conditions as currently drafted. I believe this point should serve as a clear note of Council's intentions rather than a strict mandate, allowing the Trust and having faith in the Trust and the developer and given them the flexibility needed to manage commercial negotiations effectively and keep the project on track, as indicated they would do during their presentation and acknowledged by the developer from the public gallery earlier. I acknowledge the Mayor's point 4 about the highest interest rates on the Trust Westpac loan compared to the Council's LGFA fund borrowing, and exploring debt reconstruction to secure a lower rate is a prudent step that could reduce cost, easing both the Trust financial burden with fundraising and also on the ratepayers. Provided that this is done collaboratively and without delaying the project, I can support this approach, but only if it does not delay and it is, as it is, a responsible measure balancing financial efficiency with the Trust's operational needs. So in summary, I support strong financial oversight, and yet I can only back point 4 with being prudent debt restructuring to ease financial pressure if it is sorted again without delay to the project. However, my concerns for point 3, it's too prescriptive and risks delaying key milestones and complicating commercial negotiations best handled by the Trust. And I urge Council to adopt a balanced approach that respects the Trust expertise, supports stage funding and allows them the flexibility needed to keep the project on track.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. Floor is Councillor Sansons.
Thanks through the Mayor. And just reiterating my request that we take these in part. I'm speaking against 3. I'm speaking in support of 4. I don't support 3. It is overly prescriptive and yet also really kind of open-ended, like what are appropriate financial sanctions. And I am actually concerned that it would impact the fair market value of the land and deter any developer from purchasing. I certainly wouldn't purchase a piece of property that had those kind of prescriptive but really wide open risks. Number 4, Councillor Brand said everything that I would have said. Support getting the cheapest debt possible. It must not delay the project. Thanks.
Floor is Councillor Rainey's, and then just so people are aware, I've got Councillor Rainey, then the Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Skinner, and then I understand Councillor Stallard has his hand up. Oh, maybe. Okay, let me get through that order. I'm sorry, Councillor Benj, then Rainey. Sorry, Pete. You're next. Councillor Benj.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. This concerns me. What we're saying is we don't trust the Trust. We do trust the CEO. We're still going to trust this Trust with spending 9 mil. And so if we don't trust them, we shouldn't, we need another Trust. You've got to make a decision at some point, and you've already put a big dent in their confidence by going through this whole thing. And it's just not a way to run a business. The revitalisation of Nelson is not this Trust's responsibility, and neither should it be. They should be focusing on what they have to do, and I think sitting there, they showed very aptly that they're doing that. That's their job, and that's their focus. The revitalisation of Nelson shouldn't come in to what they're trying to do. I don't believe that's fair. We've also had people saying, we don't want any more reports. Well, if I was the CEO and I was told, well, this is on you now, I'm going to want a shitload of reports from the Trust before I'm going to put my whatever on the line. So I just think this is wrong. And the issue of the interest rate, well, that just makes sense. And I don't see why we even have to have a motion to do that. I would have confidence in the CEO that he would be looking at doing that anyway. I don't think it needs a motion. So I think we're just knocking some very hardworking people, and I just don't like the whole tone of it. Thank you.
As Councillor Benj, floor is Councillor Rainey's.
Thanks, Nick, and I agree with all the things that have been said so far. Look, essentially, if this didn't happen in 10 days, it would be a killer for the project. So let's make that quite clear. And I mean, I'd need to ask the chief executive, well, actually the deputy chief executive, because he would be the one who would be undertaking this, because I understand that the chief executive is maybe not going to be here. So I think that this is a tactic that has got the possibility of actually, negating the whole thing. And I'm reading the mood of the room. I think this is not going to get support. But there's one other thing that I want to say, and that is it's tremendously important to acknowledge the amount of goodwill that has come from the developer in regards to this project. And I don't think we would be even looking at a project unless we had somebody who really had the good of the city and the region at heart. And this amendment seriously questions the motive and that goodwill, and that's the main reason why I won't be supporting it. I do support Amendment 4.
I think the next speaker I had on my list was the Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, similarly echoing sentiments, supportive of 4. That's the kind of resolution we should be working with, which is we have a trust that puts in a huge amount of time and energy and is working incredibly constructively to achieve a project. We should be coming in behind and saying, how can we best support you here? Is that through giving you access to a lower interest rate so that we're not having more of our OPEX going towards servicing debt when simply coming to the table and saying what could work best is a better way forward. I mean, the amount of times I've sat around this table discussing requirements to put on developers over the past 6 years in relation to different properties and proposals, it's amazing how much it swings depending on the site and what kind of things we expect. We go from absolutely, we cannot put a single requirement on someone because it'll scare away any development, through to, I guess, the extreme would be the kind of order, here is a list of 15 different very specific things that we want from you. And we seem to flip-flop on that quite a bit. I think the most fundamental issue here is that if we, one, have to overstep into the governance of the trust based off of vibes, that's an issue in and of itself. But if our regional economy is such that a developer is better off sitting on land, we've got much, much deeper structural problems in our city centre. But I actually, when I look around, I don't see that being the case. We are seeing development in our city, and with things like Plan Change 29, I think we're going to see more of it. But what this does is basically puts up a big red flag for anyone looking at this land and says, regardless of what the future holds, we will beat you with a stick should something go wrong. Instead, I think, again, we should be taking the more collaborative approach, working with the trust to work through as they sell this land to say, we want you to get the best outcomes for city activation. And from all of the conversations, all of the workshops and questions we've had from the trust, it's clear that that's very clearly taken on board. And so I'm not sure what this adds beyond future risk of scaring off a development partner to actually see city revitalisation.
Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. Are we open for business or not? And quite rightly, as our CEO, when he's begun, said, hey, I want to revitalise Nelson and encourage the goodwill that we've had today to make things happen. I'm pretty ashamed of this whole process to get where we are. If we drag this out without reading the room, without reading the community, without reading our officers, without reading our trust, without reading our construction company have come forward in this, we've disrespected the prudence. We seem to be clutching at straws. We've got 24 councillors in TDC and NCC support getting on with this. We've got 87% of the public supporting us, and we seem to have one person pulling straws and pulling teeth to embarrass and humiliate anyone who comes to this table and has done a great bit of hard work and penance to get here. So I'm embarrassed on this. And please, I hope this doesn't put off other good organisations coming to this table or putting their best foot forward, only to be told they don't know how to do their job and we don't respect your actual will, or we doubt what your goodwill is. We around this table know enough people and organisations that we can police that already, and we know when an organisation comes up and what their intent is, and our officers have understood this. I can see this not get through, which is it shouldn't get through, and so I hope when we go to the substantive that we don't even have to debate. Let's just vote a yes for that, get it done with, and put that confidence back into our community, rather than using this as a political football to try and impress the public that we're something we're not, and let these organisations get on with the work. I won't say any more because I'm pretty pissed off, to be honest, how we've managed this. Thank you.
Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Nick. I'm certainly open to Amendment 4 and noting it, as others have said, that hopefully that's something that we do as a matter of course. I can't support Amendment 3. I think it's unusual. It's overreach. It has the potential to sabotage the project. And I don't think we serve our relationships or our partnerships very well at the 11th hour to impose changes of conditions coming in over the top of great work that's been done by the Trust and other stakeholders. We've heard very clearly from the Trust what are the factors or changes that could put the project at risk. And it disappoints me that we're seeing multiple amendments that exactly generate those risks, and that the people speaking in favour of the amendments are not considering those risks in their discussions. Thank you.
Any other contributions? Councillor Pakipaki.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Justin. Sorry you're having to put up with this nonsense. And also to the trustees, I think you guys have, and those who have stakeholdership in this. It's 3 times today I've agreed with Tim. I do love you, Ko. I know you. I do love you. I'm warming to him. Should happen more often. Come on. Sorry for the distraction, Mr. Chair. I wanted to point out that we've got item number 4. No problem with that. It's a no-brainer. The top one is I think with the integrity that we have with our commercial partners and also the trust in there, I think that they have the integrity and the capacity to be able to deliver on that. But the expectation and to sort of fence it into those requirements is they've got other things that they need to be focusing on at the moment. And really, our organisation can be dealing with the commercial developer. I do have an issue. I want to highlight this issue. The chief executive being satisfied, what is the point of this council if every decision that we make, we are going to defer it to the authorisation of the CE? That is upside down. The governance in this council should rest with the governors. And prior to it reaching our table for us to make a decision, gives the chief executive the ability to be able to do those assessments and make a recommendation. Then we make a decision based on that. The pattern of this seems to occur a lot too much in the council since I've been involved in it. And fortunately, I don't need to campaign. So there's just saying sorry, Judy. Seeing as I'm going to be here for the next 3 years, I don't have an axe to grind in this regard, but I do want to try and move towards taking that responsibility that is ours away from the CE. He's got enough on his plate as it is, and I get it. It is a safety belt. So it's the security blanket, I guess, that all makes us feel warm and fuzzy at night. But really, we need to take responsibility for these decisions and make them as a council without kicking the can over to someone else that we can point the finger at and say, you're not good enough. So let's own what we're doing. I can't support number 3, but I will be supporting number 4. Mihi mai ana, kia koe.
There being no further speakers, then I'll exercise my right of reply. The first thing is there's nothing particularly unusual in Proposal 3. In fact, I've looked back through 5 decisions that this council has made where it exactly has put such conditions into contracts. I come and have had some experience in the commercial world. People can make, when they purchase a property, all sorts of promises, It's actually quite another thing to actually put it in the sale and purchase agreement. And the provisions are not unusual. The timetable is not unusual. And every member of this council would know when it was discussed at the workshop, the party involved said that they were quite relaxed about having to develop the site. The second issue is with respect to authorising the CE. Actually, it's absolutely standard practice. And on lots of things we say, hey, we set the broad principle of what we want, and then we get the chief executive then to carry it. We don't meet him individually. He employs 330 staff, and their job would simply to be work on the sale and purchase agreement, of which we had customers' comments from the trust today, and to say to put those provisions into it. On amendment number 4, I've got to base my decisions on the business case. And the business case says that we're going to borrow $3 million from the council's contribution from the local government funding authority. And then separately, the Museum Trust is going to go and borrow from Westpac, and the answers we got in our questions from the trust at 6.64%. The only way that can be changed, if you look at the substantive resolutions, and give us the opportunity to have our staff work with the museum on trying to minimise the costs, is for us as a council to say to our staff, actually, we're quite flexible about this. We just want you to apply your good mind and come up with the proposal that has the least amount of money of ratepayers, whether it's come through the Museum Trust or come through the council, so that we secure the lowest level of interest on the overall package. The amendments are about improving the proposal that we have before us, about ensuring that when people say, I sell the property as the museum did, the museum even sold the proposal of Richmond West on the basis that it would help revitalise the city. And I'm saying, put some teeth into the promises that have been made by the trust. The last point in respect of the commentary, I actually argued very strongly, and every councillor knows it, that we should not be dealing with this issue in the middle of the election campaign. And secondly, every member of this council and of the trust, I'm sorry, the people in the audience were not at the council workshops where I have on a number of occasions said that this issue should not be dealt with at this time. And the second thing is, it will be neither news to the trust nor to councillors that I've had long held concerns about the Richmond West proposal. And there's a clear paper trail of that. It is true that that was not publicly known. And the reason it was not publicly known is it was confidential material until Monday a week ago. It would have been quite inappropriate for me to express concerns about the Richmond West proposal prior to the announcements that were made Monday a week ago, in which the material became public. I'll now put the 2 resolutions. I think I have a request from Councillor Sanson to take them separately. Is there any objection to me taking them separately?
I take them to combine.
I have taken them separately. So resolution 3, those that are in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To those that are opposed?
No.
No. I declare resolution 3 lost. I wish to put resolution 4. Those that are in favour of resolution 4, please say aye.
Aye.
Those that are against, say no.
No.
I declare resolution 4 carried. Is there any call for a show of hands or? No. So resolution 3 is lost. Resolution 4 is passed. Resolution 4 now becomes part of the amended motion. We are 1:45. My intention is to take the lunch break very tightly. When we return at 1:15, the floor will be Councillor Rainey's to move the amended motion that will now include resolution 4.
Can we just continue?
Can I just speak? It's 1:45.
Yep.
I'm reading the room. I'm agreeing with Councillor Skinner. I'm not asking you or suggesting to you have
really relaxed.
but I'm suggesting to you that you would give great consideration to just putting the substantive motion now. We've all spoken about this so much.
I'm very relaxed, and
I can't move a closure motion because
I
it doesn't work.
And I just wish to do what the majority wish to do. If can I just have a show of hands who support Pete's view about how we should handle it, and just put now the amended resolution to the vote? That is a clear majority. Can I do that with standing orders?
Yes, you can.
So what I would now do is, I think we're all quite clear on the resolution. The resolution is going to include 1, the noting, 2, the agree, 3, to the release, 4 to approvals with respect to purchase, sale, construction and trust, and a new 5 that deals with the amendment. Everybody's quite clear on that? And I'm saying is that people wish to simply put those resolutions straight to the vote without any debate.
Can we have a very brief debate? I feel like Rohan's going no.
I'm sorry.
No. Okay.
That's my problem.
No,
there has to be a consensus. No debate. Just put it straight to the vote.
We've spoke so much negative stuff this morning against, but that's fine. I agree with the closure motion. Happy to support it.
I'm going to then the amended resolutions, as at the beginning of the process was moved by Councillor Rainey, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, including my amendment number 5, and I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour?
Yeah.
You're going to call for a division?
I just did. Division.
So we're going to have a division on the amended motion, and I'll ask the Chief Executive to do a vote.
Just one moment, just quickly read.
Yeah, sure. So I think cross the E. Oh, well, let's take the either off. The either is not part of the motion. If the motion is lost, then we deal with 1 and 2. All good. Is everybody comfortable? I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to conduct a vote on resolutions 1 to 5 as per on the overhead screen.
Councillor Anderson.
Aye.
Councillor Benge.
Aye.
Councillor Brand.
Aye.
Councillor Courtney.
Aye.
Councillor Hodgson.
Aye.
Councillor Pakipaki. Councillor Rainey.
Aye.
Councillor Rollo.
Aye.
Councillor Sanson.
Aye.
Councillor Skinner.
Aye.
Councillor Stallard.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor O'Neill-Stevens.
Aye.
And Menak.
No.
I think I can do the maths. The ayes have it 12 to 1.
I declare the resolution lost and let's adjourn. Council resumes at 10:20. come to item number 7.3 on the agenda on page 32, which deals with the management of council during the interregnum period. Welcome our Deputy Chief Executive to support us through this paper, and welcome Devora and Fiona to the table to present their report. Welcome.
Thank you, Menik. Kia ora koutou. This is largely a procedural item, so I won't give an extensive speech on it. But for those of you to whom this might be new, if you are at the end of your first term, there are some statutory deadlines to do with the ending of one council term and the beginning of another, which mean that there is a short period of time where there is no council in place, which can create some risk, obviously, if something occurs that requires an emergency decision. Councils try and cover that risk by creating a delegation for that short period of time. It's typically to the Chief Executive. That's what we're proposing today. And the proposal further says that where a mayor-elect is clear that any emergency decisions would be taken in consultation with that person. Hopefully that's a neat summary. Thank you.
Happy to move.
Happy to move, and seconded. There's a race. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Sampson. Can I just check, is there any difference in these delegation powers from what we've done in previous terms? No, it's a standard procedure. Councillor Anderson.
How long is this short period?
So the current council leaves office on the day after the official results of the election are published. And a council cannot make, sorry? Well, we don't know when that will be yet. So the final results, we anticipate that it is likely to be around about the 16th of October, but it depends on the proportion of special votes that are received and the time that it takes to process and count those. So there's a little bit of lengths of string to this. So the council leaves office on the day after those official results are published, whenever that is, most likely in that first week. And you can't make decisions as a council elect until you've been sworn in at the inaugural meeting. So we have a penciled date for the inaugural meeting that again we're aiming for. But again, there are some statutory timelines between the date of the official results and when an inaugural meeting can be advertised and held.
What I've learned from that, Deborah, is if I can get enough special votes to delay the counting, I could survive a few more days as mayor.
Longer holiday between.
Yeah, is that about 2 weeks? About 2 weeks.
So at the moment, so we can't ever say specifically, but it will be about from the 16th-ish of October to the penciled date for the inaugural meeting, which is the 30th of October. So it's not a particularly long period. So it's really a risk management decision for council.
You never know with the weather, and there are specific powers that are set down for the mayor, like declaring a state of emergency and those sorts of things. And that's why it is important. And I do note that from the date after, if the election result is clear, then the Chief Executive has to consult with the mayor-elect, which is entirely appropriate. If there are no further questions or discussion, I will simply put the three resolutions. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. We move to item 7.4 with respect to the alternate regional on-scene commander on page 36. Mandy, welcome.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I think this is a very straightforward report, so happy to take it as read and answer any questions.
Happy to move from Councillor Sampson, being seconded by Councillor Rollo. Is there any questions of Mandy on the appointment of Peter Renshaw as the alternate regional on-scene commander in respect of an oil spill that we hope we never get? That being the case, I'll put the resolution on the appointment. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. That is carried. We now have the first of the 6 monthly reports on the different sectors, and the first of those is the Community Services Report. And welcome, Andrew.
Kia ora, Mayor Nick and councillors. Relatively straightforward report for the last 6 months of the last financial year. Gives you some financial update on where we got to at the end of the financial year, and quite a large amount of activity information in this report for you. Probably just the only comment that I would really make before we take questions would be I'm actually really proud of Community Services Group over that last 6 months, or actually over the whole year, in terms of the focus on partnering with other organisations and taking some really good steps to get better value for money for the ratepayer in terms of decisions made around contracts and such like. So it's been a challenging year, but I think the evidence in this report is that in the year, and specifically in the last 6 months of the year, the focus of the team has been really good and the outcomes have been great.
Okay, let's open up for questions. I'll begin with myself, and then I'll go over to Councillor Sanson, then Councillor Brand. My question is with respect to the Green by Nature contract. It is a massive change for us to move from NELMAC to Green by Nature during the 6 month period. I have to tell you, I've been a nervous Nelly, not because officers have done anything in a totally diligent job in going through a very good procurement process, just because of the scale of change. And so I would welcome any comments on feedback, what the relationship is like with Green by Nature, and any wider view around that transition, because it has been a huge job for staff.
I'll kick that off, Mayor Nick, but then I'll hand over to Ms. Kerwood, whose team has actually done the bulk of the work around that procurement process. I think it's been a pretty amazingly seamless process in terms of the transition, and I think you are right, Mayor Nick, to have been a nervous Nelly, because this is a significant change in terms of historic approach to things, and there are impacts on people as a result of changes like this too. But I think those sorts of things have been managed really well, and the service provided to our community in that transition has remained pretty stable, with even improvements in some areas. So I think it's operated like quite a well-oiled machine to date, and I wouldn't want to compromise any future expectations and that sort of thing. But massive contract, $80 million or something like that, and to transition something like that as smoothly as it has been, I think is pretty amazing. I'll hand over to Ms. Kerwood, who may also wish to comment.
Kia ora koutou. Yeah, I would echo what Andrew has said. To be honest, we are extremely pleasantly surprised, although we knew that we had done the mahi, but you just never quite know how things like this are going to go, and a lot of that is public perception and feedback as well. In my area, it's quite often no news is good news, and we certainly haven't had any complaints from the community related to the changeover in contractor, which is fantastic. We also just want to acknowledge that there were 3 weather events in the first month of the contract kicking off, and the new contractor has coped with that really admirably and been a fantastic partner. There's been a really significant change in the way that we're managing this contract with our new asset management system. So staff on both sides have been dealing with learning a whole bunch of new
technological and management techniques. So yeah, we're really pleased and proud. Yeah.
Just a quick supplementary on it is that one of the nervousness in moving from NELMAC to Green by Nature was, of course, NELMAC's chief executive, their full team live and are in Nelson. These complex contracts are very much about relationships. Has the council staff managing Green by Nature built a good relationship with the management of Green by Nature going forward, so that the inevitable issues that come up are being able to be dealt with at a senior level? The big worry with a big company is that you end up dealing with people that might not have the same capacity to be able to resolve issues that will inevitably arise with a contract of this size.
Yeah, look, I think in a provincial city like Nelson, the reality is that the people on the ground are largely the same as we were dealing with previously, and there are already really well-established close relationships there. So yeah, the relationship is good, and we're really pleased with. There are some higher ups at Green by Nature that we've been getting to know better, and relationships there have been really good as well.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew?
Mayor Nick, if I could also just say I do have experience with Green by Nature, and it is one thing, well, recreational services as they were previously called, and it was one of the great things about them was that board members and the chief executive had a close relationship with every district that they were working with, which was really good. The Green by Nature board is obviously Australasian now, so that board relationship is with the regions is not as strong, but I have spent quite a bit of time already in face-to-face and online meetings with the New Zealand chief executive of Green by Nature, and it's very obvious to me that he is very committed to having a very strong relationship. So I think at all levels it's looking pretty good.
Councillor Sanson?
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Kia ora koutou. Thanks very much for a great report, and yeah, just for all your work. I don't get to work closely with many of you, but I do work closely with Steve Stiles and the community partnerships, and it's a joy. On page 44, or it's at point 14, it talks about the carry forwards. And I note that there's like 3.3, which they've been council decisions, but I'm just curious about the carry forwards of 3.3 plus 4.0, so it's like $7 million of capex carry forwards. Is there the risk that that's going to kind of, or I guess, are you anticipating that that's going to create a bit of a bow wave in the future that we need to kind of catch up? And, I guess kind of at a governance level, fiscal constraint ends up risks just kind of pushing that necessary work out further. I'd just be interested in your view.
Thanks through you, Mayor Nick. Without having the detail of those carry forwards in front of me, it's a little difficult to answer, but I would say that we have this situation every year in terms of the development contributions, which are carried forward year on year because we don't necessarily spend those development contributions for reserves acquisitions and developments in those particular years. So that's a fund that sometimes will build up. And I think in terms of the scale of the remainder of the carry forwards, in terms of the overall council scale, it's probably not significant.
Other questions from colleagues? Councillor Brand?
Thank you, through the Mayor. I did email just through my questions. I understand you had the answers. I don't know if you want me to ask the questions or you just want to...
I think it's helpful for the dialogue, so I learn a great deal about what goes on within council through these questions, and so it's helpful.
So I was just on the two different bits. One was under the park management and rubbish bin removal, and I'd like to acknowledge the efforts that our park staff are in managing community spaces so well. But regarding the recent removal of the rubbish bins from some parks, could you please share whether the change has led to any cost savings in the park maintenance? And additionally, has the council received feedback from the community about the impact on litter levels and park cleanliness, which would then bring me to the question, how is council addressing any challenges that have come up? And then I'll ask my next question around storm recovery.
Kia ora, yes, through the Mayor, thank you for sending that through in advance, really appreciate that. So The last tranche of bins was taken out August last year, August 2024, and there were some concerns at the time from residents following the removal, but overall we've actually seen quite a significant behavioural change where people are just learning to take their waste home with them. There were a few bins which initially were problematic and we were getting some feedback on, but we've manage this by monitoring those really closely, and we've actually seen the issue dissipate. There was one in particular we were monitoring right up until a couple of months ago, and the behaviour has changed even just in that small amount of time, so that's really positive. The removals were made, in speaking about costs, because the contractor at the time, keeping in mind this was in the previous contract, the contractor at the time was asking for an additional 18K a month to cover the losses they were incurring in rubbish collection in the parks.
Okay, cool. Because maybe I'll just have an offline conversation about Up the Brook and a couple out of Stoke, where the public have been raising my attention about the litter that's being left. My other question was around storm recovery, financial risk and the flood impact support. So again, appreciate the Council of Management and covering weather-related costs within the 24-25 budget. But looking ahead, with the increasing severe weather events such as the recent flood impacting Youth Nelson, what financial provisions or contingency plans are being developed to manage future storm recovery costs? And then furthermore, how is Council planning to support community groups affected by the event to reduce disruptions and aid recovery? And I know it's a crystal ball question, but I just felt it's good to have it at front of mind, especially for contingency.
Thanks for the question through you, Mayor Nick. I think that question is in two parts, and thanks again for sending it through prior. So the first part, which I'll hand over to Mr. Preston Thomas to answer, is around the relationship with community organisations. And the second part is more broad, I think, around what Council's approach to responding to weather events and so forth is, and Mr. Levertis may be able to provide some comment on that, perhaps. But I'll hand over to Mr. Preston Thomas first on the first part.
Kia ora, and through the Mayor, Council supports community groups in a whole heap of ways in regard to emergencies and weather events. In general, there's sort of three main ways that we do it. Ahead of an emergency, we work alongside CDM to help community groups get prepared for an emergency. What are you going to do if the worst happens? How are you going to support your community? How are you going to make a difference? And what are the processes you've got in place? And how can we help you prepare for that? And we particularly do those with the community groups that work with our most vulnerable members of the Nelson community. Recent examples of that are presentations with Community and Whānau, the Resettlement Network, the Disability Forum, and also some specific work for folk at Victory where English is not their first language. The second strand to that is that if an emergency event actually occurs, we work very closely as a kind of a liaison point. So how to get help, what are the needs, how do you link with CDM, and how do we get everybody connected so that the people who are very vulnerable and struggle the most potentially are getting support. Responding to the specific question you asked about is what happens after the emergency and how we can support community. A really good example of that recently was the Youth Nelson flood, where Youth Nelson had a bad flood in their premises. They were unable to stay there, and council staff really rallied to support them, helping them find another premises, ensuring that their education program could continue for some group of very vulnerable young people, and basically pulling out all the stops to support them. So being a bit more specific about that is we link groups to agencies that can provide support. We provide suggestions and support with getting funding and resource from government agencies who are tasked to provide that sort of support, and really look at a case-by-case basis on how we might assist them to carry on the important work that they do.
Okay, I have some questions with respect to paragraph 74 and the work in 74 and 78 on the libraries. A significant project in this 6-month period was the re-roofing of the Stoke Library. Good answer there, and good to know it's completed. Just a very simple, crisp question. Was it completed on budget, on time, or not? And if not, why?
Well, you'd hope that. Through you, Mayor Nick, it's not something that the activities team can really respond to. It was a properties project, but we can get an answer for you on that pretty quickly.
Okay. Now look, I'm not
Ms. Harrison can probably answer.
So through the chair, yes, it was under budget and on time.
Under. That's what I'd like to hear. Love to know how much by, and if you circulate, do we know it afterwards? We love when projects are successful, and I'm sorry if I should deal with it in the property report. It was covered there, and so I thought it was there. Not a problem. Other questions from colleagues? Councillor Benj.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Green by nature, I had been approached by, I don't know, half a dozen, maybe one or two more, but of people who made the change from NILMAC to Green by Nature. None of them were happy. This was actually before they took over, because they said, and I would like you to confirm whether this is true or not, because I haven't spoken about this with anyone, because I need to know whether it's true or not. One is that their new contract said they can't join a union. The other is that there is no redundancy and there is no overtime. And I asked about the living wage, and they said that they pay the living wage, but because there's no overtime, when they get to a point, if they're salaried, that they've got down to the living wage, they then have to take time off. So basically their salary's gone down. Are all those points true?
The first thing I just, if there's any part of the question that goes into commercially sensitive areas, then I'll make a choice as to whether we go into confidential business. There is no media or members of the public here, so I'm quite happy to do it, and I don't want to interfere in Councillor Benj's. Oh, we are recording?
Yes.
But what I'm saying is that if staff feel that there are commercially sensitive items in any element of their answer, I am happy to move into confidential section. I'll take your guidance.
If you'd like to answer that question, I'd like us to go into confidential, please.
Who said that?
That was Nigel. He's.
I did advise accordingly, so
So you've got your hand there.
Yeah, Matthew. This happens when they get close to the age of 60. So Matthew, my question to you quite simply is that the staff do not feel comfortable about answering that question unless we are in confidential section. I am happy, and you are entitled to move that we do so, and I'm quite happy to countenance that. But that would be the process, and we're in your hands.
Well, when claims like this are made, because it probably wasn't, I'm probably not the only person those people have talked to, you need to be able to state the facts.
Sure.
And it's important. So you can dispel a myth, or you can find out what was done, because to me, the people on the ground are more important than talking to their bosses.
Matthew, I thought of a solution to answer your question. It would be this, that your question is noted, that staff get the answer to those questions and circulate them to all councillors as confidential. Would that enable an efficient way to resolve the question, Councillor Benj?
As long as it's a clear answer and not a lot of waffle. It is important because these people saw themselves as working for this council. And okay, they were a contractor and they're owned by us. And it's easy to say, oh no, that's a NILMAC problem. It's not. They're part of us. And someone in this building negotiated this contract. So I want to make the point, because I'm not going to get to talk to you all about it again.
The first...
So they feel shafted by their own workmates. If it is true, But I don't know that it's true until you tell me so.
Correct. Well, firstly, I can say absolutely on the first point it would be unlawful. And the contract was legally checked, and I'm sure our council officers. But I would like to proceed on the basis that I suggested, and that is that council officers provide a written answer, marked confidential and circulated when you've had the opportunity to put it down. And if the off record, you need to just have a chat with Councillor Benj quite quickly about carefully to make sure that the answers are crisp, and I assure the member that the answers will be thorough.
I have one other thing.
Certainly.
And it's just a quirky thing, but Penny is Australian, isn't it? Penny that now
Penny
has
is
the
a New
contract
Zealand, it's a New Zealand-owned company that operates in both New Zealand and Australia, but it's New Zealand-owned.
Isn't I thought it was Australian.
No, it's New Zealand-owned but operates in both.
Okay, don't have a question then. Thank you.
I did want a follow-up question on that very subject. The report notes, and it has been a really big job and a challenge for you, Andrew, and the team around the big job of the leasing of the two campgrounds, both at Maitai and Brook. Again, it's one of those issues that's quite got a significant amount of risk. You note them in your report. Would you be able to give us any informal addition as to how smoothly, particularly the Brook that transferred during this period, whether that has gone smoothly and whether staff have had any feedback either from the Brook or the Maitai from the community about how that transition has occurred?
The short answer is it has gone unexpectedly smoothly, actually. We've been really pleased. The Brook seems quite a long time ago now, but we've certainly had positive feedback, and they've made a lot of positive improvements at the campground. And the Maitai is still relatively new, but yeah, again, very little in the way of negative feedback.
One of the things I am interested in, and I'm just giving note in the event that I'm privileged to still be here, is in the first year I'll be quite interested. We'll know the turnover figures and we may need to keep it confidential, but I'm really interested to know. We have these campgrounds. We've just made a huge investment in Maitai. I'd be quite interested to get a 2024-25 comparison with 2025-26 on the number of people that actually use the campground. Would be very helpful. But that's for a future time, just to note an interest. Other questions on the community services report? Councillor Rollo.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, when we signed the Tahuna Surf Club facility off in the long-term plan, there was some funding to be put aside to upgrade the changing facilities on the sport field, thanks to Councillor Pakipaki. I'm just wondering if you'd be able to give us an update on how that's progressing and the work down there.
Hey, thanks for the question. So we started looking into that earlier this financial year. There was, I think, an initial intention that we would look at extending that facility to create a couple more changing rooms to add some extra space. So we're looking at that, but it's fairly limited with the position where the lights are currently and other services in that space. So we're getting some pricing through a construction company around an upgrade to that facility. But really happy to discuss that further about if there are other community expectations beyond what I've heard. We've been working with the football and rugby club on that work, and we're sort of keeping them regularly updated about what our intentions are. But I haven't got a concrete plan for you at this stage about what the upgrades or improvements might look like.
And a quick sup on the same subject. Has any thought been given to when the Surf Life Haven Club move out of that little building as to whether there's any intention as to what it might be repurposed in at the Tahunanui or removed? Any thoughts yet?
Yeah, had some thoughts. I guess it's still some time away, but potentially putting out some sort of ROI for sort of interested parties to see whether that would be better used as a sports facility storage space or a club hub of some kind, or potentially for a concessionaire to be using that facility. But yeah, definitely something that benefits the recreation space. But nothing solid.
Is it unreasonable, Nick? It's very small, but it's
very small. But yeah, nothing particularly wrong with it, apart from the fact that it's surrounded by a sea of shipping containers.
Surrounded by
shipping containers,
which I'm sure I can't wait to get
long term. Yeah.
All right. Okay, Councillor Courtney.
I'm just wondering whether Carl's got this under his area of responsibility, and that's the lighting down there on the sports grounds at Tahunanui, and also the drainage. Those are things that are coming back to me all the time. I can see when I search through that 2028, I think there's some money allocated for lighting, but where that's going, I'm not too clear.
Yeah, so based on a previous report some years ago now, lighting and drainage are the sort of priorities for sports fields. The budget we've got currently is for Neil Park, so we're currently looking at doing that as sort of soon as practical. And then Tahuna is the next sort of priority. I can't remember the exact year for lighting. Yes, we're working with a new contractor with Green by Nature to look at some short-term and longer-term solutions for drainage at Tahuna. There are some issues with the fact that it's just really low-lying, and obviously as a catchment for a big area, there's a bubble-up sump in one of the corners that feeds stormwater directly onto it, for instance. So there's quite a few things we'd need to do there to have massive improvements. But we are looking at whether we can do some short-term coring or whatever it might be to just get that water to initially drain away a lot faster. So both on the radar, but yeah, not quick fixes, unfortunately.
Just on club rooms, the FC Nelson club room that was executed during this time and relocated, is it open and functioning? Not yet. Any idea what sort of time frame? Right, so in the pipeline? Okay, is there any other questions on the community services report? That being the case, I'll move from the chair that we received the 6-monthly community service report for the period 1st of Jan to 30th of June 2025. Councillor Sanson is happy to second that. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. We come to the 6-monthly report with Mandy on environmental management.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Lots of activity in this space. The team are very proud to present their 6-monthly summary, and it is a snapshot of activities in this space, and we're happy to receive any questions.
One question I'm interested in is I'm reading mixed reports about whether we're bottomed out on the resource and building consenting activities. A lot of speculation around with interest rates coming down. My question is, from a perspective of building and resource consenting, are you seeing in recent months any turnaround in activity, or are things still pretty slow? We saw through particularly 24 and the early part of this year that the market was pretty slow.
So I'll just comment on the resource consenting. The numbers are fairly similar as previous years, but the building is a bit lower.
Yeah, we've been pretty steady. So after COVID times, we sort of dropped about 15%, and then we've been steady with our consent numbers. Of late, the last couple of months have been slightly lower than what we have received over the last few years. I've just received a report there from a consultant, and on the whole, consents seem to be rising across the country, and it's quite varied as to what regions, how they're reacting at this point in time. Canterbury seems to be, well, Selwyn seems to be on the pickup. They're up about 15%, but it's varied all over the show.
If I was to just ask a straight June 25 comparison with June 24, same, lower, more, are we?
Very similar, slightly lower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slightly lower. All right. Any other questions of our environment regulatory team? Councillor Sanson?
Thanks. I'm just wondering if it's possible for these 6-monthly reports going forward, if you end up with the same system, whether we could kind of have the traffic lights on the KPIs, because they don't all have that. The community services one has, and I think infrastructure does. It's just hard to kind of see, there is narrative, which is really helpful, but I kind of feel like from a monitoring perspective, it's really good, unless I don't have it in mind, but I'm pretty sure it's just a narrative, isn't it? Yeah.
A few points just about in terms of staff put a lot of time into the reporting, and us being, and it's a really constructive discussion, how do we get the reports in a form that are not having our council staff writing whole reports, but the information being crisply through for us.
And I think why I ask is because I'm particularly interested in how we're doing on the environmental measures.
Yep.
I have a particular interest in the area, and it's basically really impossible to see how we're doing in that space. So I know we've got an awesome team, but
no, it's fair points, and I think the staff welcome the feedback about what parts of these report are really useful and which less so. So are there any other questions that Councillor Rollo?
Thanks, Nick. There was obviously some news in the last week from the government around some changes to the alcohol licensing system. Moving forward, does that mean the council staff are going to have extra workload in that space in the next 6 months to a year to get that up to speed, or are they simply rules that will change as applicants have to renew their license?
So I don't know if I've got an answer for you at the moment, Councillor, through the chair, but I can follow it up.
Do we know whether those changes are legislated yet or just announced?
I believe they're just announced. I don't think they're effective yet, but I'll follow that up.
I'm quite interested in what they mean in this area of alcohol licensing. So as a follow-up to Councillor Rollo, could you just provide a note as to what are the implications of the changes that are being proposed and just a bit more information on the timeline of which those changes? I think that'd be something that all interested colleagues would be interested in. And any impact on current licenses. That'd be very helpful. Be okay with that, Councillor Rollo? Any other questions on environmental regulation? Councillor Pakipaki.
Kia ora. I just wanted a little bit of clarification. We're just talking about the consents process. That's been a bit of a hot topic going through. The numbers that were previous were deserved, I guess, of the reputation that we have within the construction sector. But in the last quarter of 2024-25, the targets met 87%. What do you think that you can contribute? Because it's gone up from an extra 10%, then it's gone up to that. Have you had extra staff? Are there lower numbers of applications, or what's the go there?
So through the chair, we have had vacancies filled and staff have come through training, if you like, so they are getting more effective and efficient in what they do. But we've also had a little bit of a budget overspend in consultants as well to help manage the peaks of workflow that come through that we're not in control of. So it's been a combination of all those factors that have helped the improvement, but we don't want to stop there. We still want to get at least in the upper 90%.
So the following question to that would be, what percentage of that 87% is being delivered through contractor consultants and versus in-house? Is that a horrible question?
So I'll just roughly, yeah. Most of the time it's sort of 15 to 20% of consents that are
so we're still
dealt with externally.
A shortage. Would that be fair to say?
It depends on the nature of the consents coming in. Yeah. So yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions on Councillor Sanson?
I was just going to say thanks to the environment team, science planning team, because this will probably be the last time we have them at the table this term for their 6 monthly report. And just thanks to all of you, Mandy, and all of your team. And
I'll see you guys next year.
Yeah, he's the only one that can say that with confidence. But the sentiments of Councillor Sanson are shared. Can I just do a special call out for the team that do the dog control and noise control? And I just wouldn't mind asking, we've had the transition from it being outside to inside. It's a really tough job that our council staff do around both the noise control and the dog control. How is the management of that going in-house? And I do think it is one of those areas where the health and safety of our staff is a particular challenge in dealing with. And I was quite surprised by the 595 requests and 21 relating to dog attacks. So just interested in your comment on how the management of the dog control team is going in the transition back in-house.
Through the chair, thank you, Menik. I'm confident and proud to say I think we transitioned quite well, and I don't think there's any reason for concern. And everything is well under control. And I think in comparison to other councils, our dog control and dog attacks is, touch wood, very low risk at this stage.
Thank you.
And can I just add to that, through the bringing the teams in-house, we did do quite a significant upgrade to their protective gear, communications and vehicles, so that they are better equipped.
Thank you. Any other queries on any topics? Councillor Benj.
You mean on that same topic, are your officers called enforcement officers or something else?
I say this.
Well, there's differences. So there is animal control officers, there are parking officers, and there are enforcement officers that do other compliance work. There is a variety of different names of the roles.
So we do have enforcement officers?
Yes, we do.
But just a comment, Mayor Nick. I think we shouldn't have enforcement officers. It shows an aggressive stance. And even the police have gone through this issue to become more gentle in how they present themselves. And if someone turns up and why can't there be a compliance officer or a warden or something like everybody else calls them? I think it shows an attitude which I personally am not comfortable with. And I don't like the use of the word enforcement. When you look at the police, the tax department, there's a couple of others that all went through this, and they changed the way they presented themselves to the public. And we are their servants, all of us. And I don't like the attitude of enforcement officer.
Can I just do a quick sup on that? Does the legislation specify that they be called an enforcement officer?
So the legislation does specify enforcement officers and what powers that they have under that legislation. So we do have roles that, I guess, carry on that title to be clear that they are warranted under that act to do those roles.
Okay.
But happy to take that point on board, and
I'd be interested as we go through the transformation process. I've got some sympathy for Councillor Benj's position of the term compliance, rather than necessarily enforcement being the only option. But I don't want to make a judgment on it, just something for, as part of the staff, to reflect on the comments that Councillor Benj has made in that area.
Mr. Mayor, would you indulge me from the sidelines? Sorry to start from here. Look, hey, I take your point entirely, Councillor Benj. It's an important consideration. We'll think about that in phase 2 of the shaping our future. But I do want to acknowledge Reino and his team, who have been through a really significant couple of weeks. They are the front line of our organisation. And they, with whether it's enforcing parking or dog or whatever, they do the hard yards for our organisation, and they get a lot of stick from the public. And I'd say 99.9% of it is not warranted. I've got a huge faith in Reino, and look, he's personally been through some challenging times, and he's led his team exceptionally well. I sat down with them all on Friday. I do want to acknowledge them publicly for the hard work they do on our behalf. And I've got a huge faith in what they do, and whatever we call them, they do it with dignity and with moral fibre, and they look after the public really, really well. We can consider changing their name, but I want to acknowledge that team and what they do.
I mean, Nigel is somewhat making a point for me. If the person was a compliance officer or quality control or something else, I think they start from a better point than turning up saying, I'm an enforcement officer.
Yeah, I think the Chief Executive's comments have been very well made. I want to endorse them as Mayor, but I equally want to say that the question that Councillor Benj asks, in my view, I didn't interpret it as anything other than you're doing a good job, but how do you manage that relationship? And it requires the wisdom of Solomon. Sometimes you do need it, and the police are going through exactly the same struggle. Can I just switch to a different topic area? I've been fascinated, I'm sorry, I'm a nerd, about the issue of PM10 versus PM 2.5. And that we've made fantastic progress on reducing our PM10. My understanding from the 6-month report is that we now have, just around the corner from me, recordings of 2.5. The $1 million question is, we know our PM10 has improved hugely. We know we comply with WHA on that, but there's been an open question on the 2.5. When will we, with the installation of the Blackwood Street in Annesbrook data recorder on 2.5, have data on our 2.5 micron air pollution for us to be able to get a consideration as to whether we have a problem or whether we don't?
That's something I need to seek advice on, and I'll get back to you on that. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor Skinner.
Well, and please don't forget to answer if this is outside the scope. And if it's not, just in regards to that, is us as councillors had questions from organisations about the particulate in the Stoke-Tahuna area, and any feedback on that. There's feedback saying that it's been very high, possibly from industrial sources. And previous terms I worked very hard to get those particulates down with the wood burner rules, the ultra clean wood burners rules. And I know at the time I was frustrated because we were able to legislate or by law to reduce residential, but it was more difficult to hit that with the industrial, realising that your officers still try to keep the industrial honest and make improvements there. But has that got any validity to that? We've had some increases in air pollution from industrial. Some stating organisations are asking us to answer to that, are saying it's been the highest in our city, in Tahuna, Stoke.
I've just got to phone a friend who's typing away. But through the industries have got their resource consents that have to improve over time. So they take stages and they have a stepped improvement, and the monitoring of those have shown that those improvements are being made and are being met. I don't see the monitoring results of those industries getting worse. But I've also got another response about the 2.5 too. In Vanguard, it does exceed the World Health Organization standards, the 2.5, but next winter we'll be able to report on both sides.
And just a follow-up, that, and I appreciate the new challenges with the 2.5 over 10 micromillimetres, and appreciate that we made some rules and then seeing what would happen with governmental legislation on that. But and in the past, when we had committees, I had more access, rightly or wrongly, more access to where things are at on that. And I know you guys are working diligently, so I'm not questioning that, but any feedback when appropriate on how that's all going for us as councillors, because it looks like, not your fault, it looks like we're not in touch. But obviously it's an operational thing, but we as councillors, previous terms have set some new bylaws, standards to fulfil the nationwide standards. But I have to honestly say to the public, well, actually, I'm not informed as well as I'd like to be on that.
Well, through the chair, our biggest problems of air pollution is the domestic rather than the industry, and for the domestic, which is the main source for PM10 or 2.5, there's no exceedances this year. And overall, our PM10 has improved considerably, as you all know.
Just to clarify, I'm not trying to labour on this, but you're stating, as far as you know, industrial sources
haven't exceeded or led to any exceedances?
No, there hasn't been any exceedances this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'm going to move a resolution under 8.2 that we receive the 6-monthly report from our environment management team and thank the team for their work. Councillor Paki seems comfortable to second that. All those in favour, please say aye. That is carried. We come to the next item, which is the infrastructure report. And given that I have the infrastructure management, is he going to do a shuffle?
Yep.
I could join skulking in the background.
Yeah. You know, the rules of the parliament is that if you're in the chamber, you've got to be in the right seat. Massive work program, so much activity occurring. Would welcome some opening comments from yourself, Alec, as the infrastructure manager on your 6-month report, and then we'll take questions.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Nick. Look, I think as we were working through the 6-monthly report and we reflected on not only the 6 months, but the 12 months, there were some positives across the board. And overall, it was an easy, positive and pleasing story to tell. So I'll just cover things very, very quickly. I think there's plenty of highlights, but the things that stand out for us are the financial result, both in CapEx and in OpEx, and the details in the report. Bridge to Better has progressed, as you know, to the point where construction work is starting. Our relationship with NIF is very, very good. We did early works in bringing water forward from this financial year to last financial year. The floodgate has been installed, and overall, a very, very good story. It's taken us about 3 years to get to this, and I want to also thank the City Revitalisation Task Force. I think presenting to that task force and them asking questions and bringing them along with the journey was a positive one. As you know, we've commenced St. Vincent infrastructure upgrade, and the Nelson bus hub is in full swing. Getting the roof money, as challenging as that was in terms of delivery, is a positive, and we're in full swing with that. I think one of our success stories will always be recovery. And I think when I reflect on the work that we've done in arriving at the solutions and enacting the works on site is nothing short of remarkable. And once again, I'd like to thank the Recovery Task Force for their hand in that. Water done well. Well, we don't need to go over that, but the extensive work done by Phil and those in the background, once again, us meeting the deadline and us satisfying both the council and the DIA in terms of where we stand in water is excellent work. Securing the forest manager, I think that is certainly a highlight for the council, but generally for Mark and myself as well, I dare say. The planting in the Maitai has been completed and Marsden planting starting, so that's pretty good. KPMs, we've got a lot of them, 24, but we've achieved 85.5% of those. One is not measured yet because we do that every second year, and 2 substantially complete, and the reasons are given in the report. The challenges, as always, well, we had weather events. We had April, May, June, July, and they just kept on coming. But I need to give kudos to Civil Defence in terms of how they handled that, and also to the staff on the ground, not only infrastructure, but parks, Mandy's section, building inspectors, across the board. Everybody in council has had an absolute hand in our successes and how we respond. As I said, recovery, I think that's one of our success stories. You covered it earlier when Councillor Benj asked a question in terms of the slips. We anticipate that all of that work will be done this financial year. All the buyouts are completed. We well through the relocations and the deconstructions. We're getting income from central government, $9 million received already, and our relationship with NIF, having taken over from the IAF, Kaingaora, has been seamless. Looking ahead, I think it's always good to look ahead. We're looking at the PT review. That's on our minds. The annual plan, the long-term plan. looking forward to working with our new council. The Paru pump station is the next big project on our mind, hoping to start that next calendar year. The Paru car park starts this financial year. We're keeping an eye on the national ticketing system for PT. That's something that we just can't lose track of. And then, of course, progressing our risk-based TMP. But those are the things that are sort of, I guess, business as usual, but also front of mind. In terms of the context of the capital, so our infrastructure budgets was 38.9 million. We spent 37.1. Granted, there were carryovers and a whole lot of other things to do with that, but 95%, once again, that's a very satisfying result. In terms of OPEX, the controllable elements we've done particularly well. There's several items outside our control, depreciation, DCs, and then of course the storm events. And it's just a pity that those storm events happen so close to the end of the financial year. Not saying it would have been any easier if they happened at the beginning of the financial year. We would prefer not to have them at all. Whether they occur in the beginning, the middle, or the end, our budgets will be extremely stressed either way. So I'll leave it there. That's a very, very quick summary. But when we look back, I think we've done okay.
Thank you, Alec. My first question is that in my Mayor's report, I noted on the very last issue you spoke of about storms, that the region suffered 5,500 hectares of windblown timber. We've got a relatively small area of forest. Do we have any windblown in that forest? And one of the issues the forest industry has made is that they're going to have to clear and harvest early about 1,500 hectares of forest to be able to access that. Ours is small. Is there going to be any recovery activity from it, or is it pretty insignificant and not impacting? I know we've just only got our new forest manager into the slot. Just interested in a little bit of background around that broader issue for the region.
So look, James is certainly aware of the windfall the windrow that we had as a result of the event. There's a small area up in Marsden that has suffered damage. It's small. It's really insignificant in terms of the volume that TDC are looking. But James is currently on leave. But as soon as he gets back, that's one of the many things on his list in terms of how we recover those, what we do with that. But it is a very, very small component in relation to the region.
Yeah, and so no decision has been made yet as to whether there'll be a tent on recovering the wood and whether that's economic or not.
No, that's one of the things that when he reported to the Right Tree, Right Place task force when he was introduced, he indicated that was one of the things on his very, very long list.
I would note that the members of the Right Tree, Right Place task force had the opportunity to meet with him, and we were very impressed by the skills that he's going to bring to the table in managing that area. And this is a very small issue in the big picture.
Indeed, I'll make a flippant result, but we are so happy to have him on board, and he is the right person. And just listening to him talk, he's going to get us to where we want to go. Absolutely, I'm sure.
That super impressed me was he'd spent a good part recently dealing with a landslip risk in the broader Tasman area. And I felt that that was just so appropriate, given that a significant amount of the community worry in our forest area is that landslip risk. So very looking forward to that. Other questions? James, Councillor Hodgson, sorry.
Kia ora. Risk-based traffic management, is that saving us money on our contracts?
So the jury's out. We'll see. I think one thing that our council has embraced is that we're moving to the risk-based guideline, the risk-based approach on all our capital works, and all our operations and maintenance will become effective from the 1st of October. We'll see. When I said looking ahead, we need to see how this rolls out. I'm unsure that you're going to see less cones, but I think it's going to allow us to be able to have that conversation. Is it easier to close a road as opposed to coning it off and allowing traffic to go through? We've got to look at all those issues. But I think let's just have the expectation here. I need to be very clear. I don't think we're going to have a kumbaya moment and there's going to be hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars saving here. We just need to see how we approach this. But I am anticipating that we will be able to achieve efficiencies, but by still achieving what we need to. I think the jury's out, but I think the intent's there, and we'll give it our best shot.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Nick. On page 83, talks about some of the measures, journeys on smooth roads and footpaths. A couple of things. I was just wondering who measures that, and service user experience. When roads, are we talking about vehicles, and footpaths, are we talking about able-bodied perambulators, walkers?
So this is a technical term that we measure with specialist equipment through NZTA, and that's how it's also linked to our funding and a whole lot of other things. So it's not just there is a separate issue in terms of bumps and humps, which we deal with separately. But this is about the durability of the riding and driving surfaces.
Thank you. I have a further question, and I declare the interest. The only time my electric car has broken down in 14 years was when I drove through the salt water in Wapatu car park, much to my depression and my embarrassment. The year, in this month period, we have brought forward the parts of Bridge to Water that include the floodgates that should prevent the ongoing and regular king tide saltwater flooding of Wapatu car park. When can we say to the public that the floodgates are functional, and I need not be a nervous Nelly looking at the tides coming to council?
Through the chair, they are functional. We've completed that work, and we encouraged and hopeful.
When?
Tuesday this week. Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
it's hot off the press.
Old news, says Rohan. I hadn't realised that it happened. Well done. I'm very happy. Councillor Bench.
Thank you. When you look at a road, do you do that? Do you look at what the cost would be if you just closed the road? And is that a common thing to do, or do you not generally do that?
We do that. So there are some situations where we, and that's part of the risk-based approach. Is it easier to cut off the entire road? Does that mean we can do it sooner? Because sometimes if we cut the entire road off, we can just get in and kill that job off, as opposed to maintaining traffic and have people and stop go. So we are considering that, but it doesn't always apply in every particular area. It depends on the size of the job, the location, the time of the day. So there's a whole lot of factors, but absolutely we do consider closing off and just knocking the work off and then getting out there sooner rather than later. But that doesn't always necessarily mean that it's cheap.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay. That's the only place I was going. It just seems to me if you got rid of the people, you could do it in such a much shorter time and it'd have a big effect on your budget. But if it's not cheaper, there's not a great...
So there are certain circumstances where it is cheaper, but there are certain circumstances where it's not. And that's why I'm saying this isn't just a silver bullet where you all of a sudden are going to go out and see a whole lot less cones and we're going to see all these savings, but we are giving it our best shot. Yep.
I'd sort of like to think that if it was a lot cheaper, we could close the road and communicate that to the public in general, that this is because, we can do it for 80% or 50% of the cost. I think people would swallow that. And some of them anyway.
Yes, and that's one of the things that if you had to speak to the staff, that's one of the things I'm actually encouraging is to look at these alternatives, doing that cost benefit, not massively, but on the back of a piece of paper saying, what is our best option here? So our contractors have certainly got the message and we are working with them, and I've really ramped this up with them in terms of having this outside of the box thinking.
Well, that's good, because I think citizens are ready for cost savings. And cost savings, there could be other costs, which is inconvenience. But if ever they were going to swallow it, it's probably now.
Absolutely. And look, whatever savings we have on certain projects from TMP, we can actually put that into the actual work as well. We can do more.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and through to Alec. Thank you for your report. I'm looking at tenders here, and I'm looking at roadside vegetation maintenance, Delta Utilities Service. Is that a new contract? A new contractor?
It is a new contractor. That was previously held by NELMAC, but this is funded by NZTA, and as part of the work that they require, we had to re-tender this, and Delta Vegetation Maintenance were successful. And this is just about maintaining a road vegetation in our roading corridors. It's separate to any of the other contracts that council has. This is very specific.
Yes.
Can I just learn something?
Yeah.
With respect to the state highways and the vegetation management, does NZTA give us the money and then we contract for it? Or do they look after the vegetation control in state highway? I'm particularly concerned with urban areas. As you know, myself and Councillor Courtney have a little bit of frustration every now and then that the Annesbrook roundabout has got weeds that you can't see through. So I just want to understand. So, we were going to me and Mel were going to put a bid in. So
NZTA maintain everything to do with
everything to do with the state highways. It's them.
There are certain things that we do. There are certain roundabouts that we do, but the Annesbrook, I think the Annesbrook and the Beatsons Road roundabouts, I know that those are the
my question is just
NZTA
understanding contractually on the weed control on the state highways. Do we have anything to do with that, or do they contract directly?
NZTA do that work.
So this is for weed control on non-state highways, of which we receive an NZTA.
This is vegetation control, not necessarily weed. It's bushes.
I never realised
when people's vegetation come over from their properties, our trees, etc., etc.
And is it 50% as per the normal farm?
51. Yep.
51. I never knew we got an NZTA subsidy for dealing weeds on our own roads, but that's a good thing, and I hope nobody in Wellington's listening.
Just to clarify that and understand the issue with weeds, but just so we're not getting the wrong message to the public, and correct me if I'm wrong, roundabouts are intentionally made to not be seen through in regards to those larger roundabouts. Is that correct? Because I know this has come up before. We've thought, we use growth or implements in there, can't see through. But for road safety, it's intentional. You can't see through those roundabouts across wise.
So look, I'm not going to get embroiled in an NZTA answer, and I'm going to take a Fifth Amendment on this one, or I'm going to say NZTA deal with their own, and you'll need to direct that question to them. Sorry, but the media make a mess.
And I've got full respect for you, but rather than trying to sidestep where you can, as far as our own responsibility with roundabouts, it's the same. We are intentionally, and I'm not going to claim to be a roading expert, but intuition would say, hey, get rid of every barrier so you can see right through. But correct me unless our policy has changed and our advice has changed. It's intentional that you do not see through that, apart from what's coming already on the roundabout, not from what's on the other side. So I don't want a message being sent out, and I know Nick's being well-meaning, but the message that we're failing because you can't see through it worries me. That's a wrong message, and we'll end up getting in trouble for you, not for you doing your job and not removing those.
Alec, bring us up out of the weeds,
that's a different question now.
Get us out of the weeds.
So through the chair, that's a different question, and I think we achieve a balance. We have to make sure that safety is paramount, but mostly our roundabouts are maintained to the correct standard that we require. Yes.
Correct what I said then.
Yes.
The bit that me and Mel were concerned with was weeds, not actually inside the roundabout, but on the pathways between it, of which viewing is important. And I should have been clearer when I made the point.
We do that through our road sweeping contract, for example. When we do our road sweeping, they'll pick that up, but we don't do that every day.
Well and truly down in the weeds, can I just make the comment that I am very encouraged by your report on the tenders awarded that we are using a range of contractors. I get worried sometimes with public service organisations, including councils, that just contract with the same companies over and over again. And it's really important, if we're going to get the best price, that we got some competitive edge in the market. And I see that coming through in the contracts that are awarded, that they know that we will do business with other people so that they keep the pencil sharp.
The market's in our favour at the moment, yes.
Are there any further questions on the infrastructure report? That being the case, I shall move its adoption from the chair. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Courtney. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. What I'm going to do is now move into the confidential part of business and then just take a quick break while we set up and grab a coffee, and then we'll get straight into our confidential business. I'm going to move from the chair. Was Councillor Paki happy to second that for the reasons set out under item number 9 of our agenda on page 96, that council moves into publicly excluded. It's been moved by myself and seconded by councillor Paki. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is done. I'm just going to say just a quick 2 minute